6 o'clock straight up. If we will, we'll bring our meeting to order. If you will, please call meeting of the council, Ms. James.
Honorable Mayor Pro Tem James Whitmore.
Present.
Honorable Linda J. Davis.
Present.
Honorable Alex Heath.
Present.
The Honorable Samantha Hudson.
Present.
The Honorable Hattie Portis Jones.
Present.
I guess you start first.
It's a public hearing on the fiscal year 2024.
Council previous meeting was prepared.
Okay. I will to open the public hearing. Can I have a motion? In favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? That for military forward, you have 2 minutes. Speak.
Have one person, Mr. Marvin Nash.
Yes, sir. Come on up, sir.
Well, how you doing, Mayor?
Yes, sir. Doing well.
Council, how you guys doing? Thanks for evening. Good to see everybody safe. My question was to the millage rate. I did get the notice where it seems to be an increase. Just trying to get clarification on how you guys come up with a millage rate. A couple of months ago, I was here on the same issue about property tax and how the value of your property was actually assessed. We talked about home improvements. I didn't know if there was another thing that you would, pretty much look at to consider as far as going up on a millage. It's a separate thing from a millage rate, but from what I was told on the last meeting, I forget what, it was this year, and I came by, and we talked about home improvements. So my question to the mayor and city council, does home improvements, do those reflect one's property tax as far as increase?
And let the city administrator explain that for you. Give me an official answer.
Good evening, and thank you for your question. That question is most properly answered by the Fulton County Tax Assessor's Office. The city of Fairburn itself does not assess property values. That is a county function, and there is a process for you to be able to appeal, but in terms of clarification on what all they assess and whether or not a home improvement, as you just asked, is included, it's best answered by the Fulton County Tax Assessor's Office. I do know they take in the total value of your property, both the structure and the property that it sits on, and so improvements may very well play a factor into that assessment. In fact, they likely do, but I'm not the subject matter expert on that. I would ask you to please follow up with the tax assessors, but I believe home improvements likely are a factor, at least one of the factors they consider when assessing the value of your property.
Yes, and the reason why I was stressing that, because I know with anything else, things go up, but you want a good verification or justification why it would even go up. I know we have costs. Everything's going up now. Kind of feel sorry for the elderly people that's on fixed income, but I guess you guys did something about that, about getting them a break. But my other question was that a lot of times we look for people to watch out for the guy that can't watch out for himself, right? So we have a code enforcement. And when these guys come through, it was my understanding that it was their job when they see a person doing a home improvement, because I'm not the type of person that want to go and snitch to tell his neighbor, I don't even want to deal with that because everybody's not there, So I thought it was the code enforcement job to go ride through the neighborhood. If they see a person doing a home improvement, verify that that person has a permit through the city. That's what I do. So if I got to play by the rules, everybody has to play by the rules. But I'm thinking that there was one of code enforcement job. Ride through, they see a guy doing something, pull out.
That's your 2 minutes, sir. I'm gonna let the city administrator give you an answer to that.
You are exactly right. Whenever someone is working without a permit without a permit. Code enforcement would be the entity to address that. Currently, we have 6 full-time code enforcement officers. That includes the manager of that division who works in the field as well. Code enforcement is best accomplished as a collaboration between communities and the code enforcement division. I would like to tell you that all 6 of those code enforcement officers see every violation in the city, but I would not be truthful if I told you that. Oftentimes, there may be things in a community that someone may notice before a code enforcement officer sees it. You can contact code enforcement anonymously. You don't have to snitch on anyone, but it's a collaboration. And to the extent that we can work with our communities so that they can make us aware of a violation that may not have yet been seen by code enforcement officers, we certainly will address those. Your point is absolutely correct. Everyone needs to get a permit. It's required in the city. And by the way, I just thought of this as you were asking your previous question about home values. We do report those home improvement permits to the county. So that is one of the bits of information that the county has in terms of who's making their home improvements, which is why everyone should get a permit. But it is best accomplished if we collaborate and cooperate with our communities.
Yeah, and that's the key word, remaining where they don't know, but I've had an incident where I reported one homeowner and the code enforcement officer.
Sir, what happens, because we're literally in a
I'm sorry,
public
I thought he
hearing.
had 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I was speaking, so,
The clock was actually,
okay.
and I
Hey,
apologize.
I get with you guys off the clock, but that was one
Yes,
of my
sir.
concerns.
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask you, would you please contact me or the city administrator? Let's get some further clarification but because we're in a public hearing in this case, is there any other person that wishes to speak about the millage rate? Come on up, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You got 2 minutes, sir.
My name's Ernie Brooks. I live at 33 Cole Street here in Fairburn. And initially, when I read in the paper that there was going to be a 14% increase in the millage rate or the taxes for homeowners, I was kind of irate. I was going, oh man, look, they give all these business folks tax breaks, they give them so they pay 50% one year, 60% the next, they have like a sliding scale fee. And I thought, man, how come we're not getting a tax break as citizens? And I know sometimes there's a little extra money. But then I read in the paper that you guys did pass a homestead exemption increase for people who were 70 years old with no financial cap. And I thought, oh man, that is great. So I went down this morning and I made a copy of my driver's license. And so I'm here to say good job, y'all. It's good looking out. I appreciate you looking out for not only senior citizens, but what you do for the community. I know what you do is a hard job. You go to a lot of meetings. There's a lot of stress on you. There's a lot of personality and politics behind everything. So thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. Now, my understanding is there's a cap on the valuation of your property so that henceforth and forevermore, you're not going to get a 30%. I mean, it's going to be capped on this year's valuation.
I'm going to let this city manager, you want to go ahead and just validate?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brooks, you're exactly right. That was passed by the state legislature in January, in the legislative session earlier this year. There's one final step, which is it will be on your ballot in November for citizens to approve. The likelihood is that a tax break or a cap on property taxes may have a good chance of passing. But assuming that it does, then it would do exactly what you just said. It would cap those property increases at no more than 3% or the consumer price index in any given year.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let me close the public hearing, then I'm coming.
And one additional thing, Mr. Brooks. Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry. I left one important piece out.
Yeah,
In the
look,
city of Fairburn, Mr. Brooks, we have capped property values at age 70, whatever happens with that other bill. So once you hit age 70 in the city of Fairburn, whatever your property value is at that point, it will never go up for the city of Fairburn taxes.
I'm 72-year-old. He looks good.
No, it works at 72 as well.
okay, is there anyone else here wish to speak regarding the millage rate? Seeing none, can I entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. At this time, I will request any comments from members of council regarding the millage rate. Mr. Whitmore, did you have?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, again, since August,
I've been asking for certain things. And one of the things, I don't know if the city administrator has it here or not, but even in the last meeting, because we're going to be talking about the millage rate, I asked that we look at the reserve, where we have capped it at 35%. So I asked about looking at it at 35, 25, 35, 30, and even 25. Mr. City Administrator, do you have those numbers, sir?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, if you'll give me a moment, I'll pull that up.
Bless you.
Thank you. That information was emailed to Mayor and Council on August 28th at 5:39 p.m. So the unassigned fund balance at 35%, which is where we currently are, is $11,260,545. The available reserves to draw down is $9,773,472. If it were to reduce to 30%, it would have the unassigned fund balance at 30% would be $9,651,896, and the available reserves to draw down would be $11,382,122. If we move that to 25%, the unassigned fund balance would be $8,043,246, and the available reserves to draw down would be $12,990,071. And lastly, at 20%, the unassigned fund balance would be $6,434,597, with the available reserves to draw down being $14,599,420.
Thank you. And then on top of that, with the 1.5% increase in the millage rate, it would yield the city how much?
Approximately $2.1 million.
Okay. Which is now my point exactly, because I've been asking questions about salaries and everything else, and still have not been able to dive into things that I'm looking at. It leads me to even say, why are we going up on the millage rate? I understand what the state is doing, but if you cannot provide me with the appropriate answers that I'm asking about, then I, as one elected official, cannot vote for a millage rate increase. There's things that I'm looking for, and even with the correspondence from the city attorney, is basically telling me because the CEO and mayor of this city has the right to do the things that he does. I'm not challenging that. I understand that. But when I ask for something, there's reason for it, and to be blocked from getting it, that leads me to ask additional questions. And that's where I'm at right now. And I want the public to hear me. I want to be crystal clear. I will not vote for a millage increase unless I have all the information that I am asking for. I don't think that it should be left up to a sole individual to say, no, you can't get it, and go through the city attorney. I feel weaponized, and I don't like it.
Okay. Next member of the council. Any other member? Go ahead, Ms.
Yes.
Sessom. Go ahead.
Furthermore, I support that. You know, since I started on council, I've been met with these challenges that this administration believes that using the city attorney to evade transparency, to provide trustees, elected members of this council with financial records and justifying spending, thinks that that is not a part of our privilege as elected members. When we talk about a millage rate increase, and when you cannot justify spending, when there are not the processes in place to quantify spending, and I'm talking to the public today, this is the reason why my voice is being elevated that no millage rate increase is necessary. But don't use my tax dollar against me. I don't need to be advised of what the form of government we are in. Your tax dollar has afforded council members the opportunity to attend Georgia Municipal Association, and they train us on the form of government. So that's not how we need to be using the city attorney. I requested information pertaining to spending related to contracts for performers for the Third Friday concerts. The salaries I didn't have to ask for because my peer asked for them, and I just want this administration to understand that you have to report salaries to the Georgia Department of Revenue. So this is public information. It's a public institute. And so when we talk about raising a millage rate increase, and you go to the fund balance and see that we are above the standard for our assets to go into the fund balance, I began thinking about, okay, so if you get this mill rate increase, you don't have any justifiable, quantifiable processes in place to measure performance. No matrix have been drawn to measure performance. How are you going to spend this $2 million that you want to gain in revenue? You know, it's great that we did pass that homestead because we do need to make sure that our seniors are protected. However, we have people who are not at the senior age who's barely affording putting food on the table. We have the resources here in finances, as you see when you break down what we would have, what we would not have, if we did not go 35% high on the investment into our fund balance versus the, cutting back. And so at the end of the day, let's be real. Until our entire body, we have to be unanimous in votes. We can't look for the 4-vote minimum because that doesn't look well on us as leaders. We know the communication is happening regardless of the support that I did not get from any member of council when I was asking for this information all year. This is based on our job to be fiduciary responsible with the tax dollar. And what I am seeing now, the behavior that I am witnessing with the mayor stating when we request financial documents that he is seeking a legal opinion. No, that is totally disrespectful to the taxpayers and to the governing body that you would do that to us because we understand that we have a right to have that. Release the information. We don't need the attorney to advise us on the form of government that we have, and I'm not for sure about whose behavior is impeding with the day-to-day, but if I'm not doing that, I don't need to hear that, none whatsoever. That's where I stand. I got 1 minute and 20 seconds left right now, and I'm gonna yield right now because this right here, Mayor Avery, I'm gonna have to call you to accountability. Okay. You cannot continue to run this government as if you are the dictator and we are your loyal servants, that we only can bring something to the table with your permission. That's not true. I'm calling this body to accountability, to do the job that the people have elected us to do. And let's not be a divided voice, let's be a unified voice. Put aside any feelings, dislike, and listen to the facts. Your peers are calling out things and you are watching it and you see it happening. That's complicit. And they say silence is consent. And I cannot sit in this seat and not govern in the interest of taxpayers. Show me the money, give me the information that I asked for, and I don't want to hear from the city attorney.
Okay, next person. No one else. I'll say this and then I guess we can close this item. Let me just say this much, ladies and gentlemen. In my years of experience, first of all, the men and women that are here that have been hired are some of the most professional people as it relates to proper, whether it be from. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You got 446 left.
Okay. And as it relates to, ladies and gentlemen, the success of this government speaks for itself as it relates to success for audits or financially, both the staffing and the personnel level of personnel we've been able to acquire over the last several years in particular. As a person that's in the compliance industry, one of the things that I have not done as it relates to ensuring members of council information is withheld. Let me just say this much and I'll be done with it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's questions in my, as a result of my experience in this government, having been the mayor before, there are areas that I'm aware that, in this case, it's not about whether you can acquire the information. There's information that I have to make sure as the mayor, as the person that's ultimately responsible, that information, if it is shared or it is distributed, that it is, number one, it is properly legal or authorized for it to be distributed or discussed in an open meeting. Again, my whole position is strictly information you receive. If the information you receive is actually brought up in a public meeting and is a violation of law, I'm here responsible for that. And so, again, I'll just simply say, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize if you feel like information is not being given to you. Again, as it relates to you saying that, running a dictatorship, you're entitled to your own position. I'm not going to refute. I'm not going to sit here and argue about that. Our government's success has been proven over the years, and so as a result of that, I'll just say again, I hope that we can come into consensus as it relates to what's best for the city and understand that the decisions that are made by me, when I ask for the city attorney input, I'm asking for guidance to ensure that, number one, that this government operates within the Robert's Rules or our procedure rules. And so, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen.
Mayor, I think I still have some time left.
I think you do. Go ahead.
I have, Mayor?
You've got to let him finish.
Yeah.
He was getting ready to close it out.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I'll let him.
Just wanted him to finish.
Oh, I know, he was getting ready to close it out, so.
Hold up, sir. You still, how much time you had left?
He didn't have any left on that. He gets 5 more minutes. if he
Okay,
wants to do
correct.
it.
No, that's what I'm saying. So you got a total of 5. Go ahead, sir.
So, Mayor, let me respond to your response. Yes, we have professional people that are here in our government that's running the city, but there's also a level of professionalism that should be escorted or access to this governing body. I don't have to do open records. All I need to do is request. And then when I request something, i.e. something to even go on the agenda, and I got the legal opinion that it cannot be, but yet and still, when you have a city administrator that's calling meetings and not having all the principles in that meeting, and then when you and the city administrator makes a phone call to the individual to try to subvert me putting something on the agenda, that's wrong. That's what I call out as being not truly being transparent.
Okay.
All right? And on top of that, when you have a city administrator that's reaching out to 2 of the principals and talking to them, and now they are afraid of some type of retaliation from the city. And yes, I spoke to them. I never speak in this mic without knowing what I'm going to say and knowing what was said. So to be told that, no, that was an honest mistake, that's hogwash. That does not fly with me. Because if you're professional, there's no reason for you to make a common mistake like that. None whatsoever. So I heard what you said, but still, it doesn't line up. Even in a meeting, you said you weren't aware of something where the city administrator told me that you were aware. And then he accepted responsibility so that you would be left out, saying that it was his fault. He accepts that responsibility, and the buck stops with him. But yet and still, there's communication that is taking place between 2 individuals, and the stories do not line up. And that's why, for these last couple of meetings, I have been mighty persistent in the things that I've been asking for, the statements that I have been making. And yes, a millage rate increase? No. Why should we do that when we can't even tell each other what's going on with these salaries? All these high-level people coming into the city, getting these high-level appointments and pay, and we have people that's been in this city for how many years? And let me be frank. We have 2 individuals right here in this city that supervises the majority of employees here. And they're not even getting paid with another employee is getting paid in this city that does not have even a fraction of the type of employees that they have to supervise. There's a problem. There lies the problem. That's why I'm asking the questions, and I'm not getting answers, and it's not sitting well with me. And you know what? There's consequences when we do stuff like this. Next year, there's an election. And it's going to come down to that, because I will not be silent even after this budget is approved. I will preach it until I'm blue in the face, because it's wrong.
You go ahead and then I'll respond.
You have 1 minute and 25
Oh,
seconds.
I'm sorry, sir, you
left.
still got the mic. Go ahead, sir.
I yield.
Okay.
Got it.
Go ahead, sir. You want to respond to that?
Members of council, Mayor Pro Tem, at no point, in no shape, form, or fashion, have I ever intimidated anyone. That is a flat untruth. Whoever told you that lied. And I will sit in the meeting with whoever told you that and have them tell you what I said. The meeting you're referencing was in reference to a code enforcement issue on a detention pond.
No,
So,
I'm not going
I
to
was
sit
in the-
here.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir.
No, Mayor.
respect.
Hold on, sir.
That's
Hold on.
just like when
With
they're
all due
in
respect.
Congress, when they're in
With all due
Congress,
respect.
and you have.
Out of order.
when
With
you
all
have
due respect.
somebody-
You're out of
Mayor,
order.
When you
With all due
have
respect.
somebody
I need you to
that's
yield.
lying
Mr. City Attorney,
flatly
would you
out
yield in?
lying,
Mr.
it's not
Whit-
right.
Mr.
It's not right.
Mr. Whitmore.
And just like in Congress, sir, if they sitting up there having a conversation
Whitmore,
and something
you're
is
out
not
of
right, and something
out
is
of
not right,
Sir, you're
and
out of
something
order.
is not right,
And Mr. Whitmore.
and something is not right, they have an opportunity to
Whitmore.
shut them off
Mr. Whit- I'm not gonna
because
ask-
it's not right.
Tell you what I'm gonna do.
You have more minutes. You have 1:25.
You got-
Let them finish. You cannot cut them off.
You can't. cut
I
him off, sir.
cannot sit here and allow somebody to say the things that's being said
he has the
when
right to
I
speak.
know for a fact, because the owner is the one that said it to me.
Mr. Whitmore, you're out of order, sir. I'm asking you to please stop speaking so that.
I never thought I was in order
Okay, and
to.
if I have you removed, sir, I will do that.
Go ahead, have me removed. I would like for
I'm
you to have
asking-
me removed.
I'm asking.
I would like for you to have me removed, Mayor. That's a threat that I do not take lightly
Members
from
of
you
council.
or anybody else.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break, members of
I can't
council.
believe you said
We're gonna
that.
take yes, sir, because you're out of order.
You're out of order.
Members of
Mayor.
council, we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
It's a bunch of bull.
back. Mr. Whitmore, you have, was it, I'm gonna make sure.
1 minute, 25 seconds.
Ms. Whitmore.
Okay, with that 1 minute and 25 seconds, again, the city administrator actually said that he did not have that conversation. Well, I have the gentleman's name that I spoke to, and yes, that conversation was had. And I'm not going to sit up here and allow you to try to dress something up that is not true when I spoke to the gentleman myself. I speak to a lot of the business owners in this city. And I do that for a reason, because I like to make sure that everything is above board and things are not happening. And yes, I may not be able to speak about the issue that I want to speak about, because according to the attorney, it's illegal, but I want an executive session to talk about personnel. And I'll deal with it in the executive session.
Okay, that's it. Well, hold on, he's still got 33 seconds. Let him go ahead, sir. No, I'm letting it run out, so he, oh, okay. What, go ahead, Mr. City Administrator, you wanna?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, with all due respect, I'm not going to sit in a public meeting and allow you to call me a liar in front of the public. That is 100% false. I never told you I didn't have a conversation. I said what you said was untrue. Absolutely had a conversation. In a private conversation, I told you that. Yes, I met with them, but the idea that I intimidated someone is categorically false. The idea that I called anyone to try to get them to do something, categorically false. Sir, my integrity has nothing to do with the city of Fairburn. I had it when I came here, and I'm going to maintain it. I haven't lied to you about anything. And the suggestion that I have is 100% false. You and I have been working together for nearly 3 years now, and at no point have you ever had me lie to you about anything. And you come to this public meeting and allegations based on what someone else told you, because you weren't in the meeting. I was. So you're taking hearsay from what someone else told you. And by the way, there were other employees in that meeting as well, right? So the idea that you take this hearsay and come and impugn my integrity is unacceptable and unprofessional. That is not what happened. There was a question, Councilwoman Portis-Jones, during the session, during the recess. I can answer that question whenever you are prepared for me to do so.
You wanna answer it now, or? Is it-
Well, I still have some minutes too, do I not?
Well, yes, sir, I asked you, did you wanna speak before I went to him? But go
You
ahead.
went to him, I still have some time
Go
left.
ahead and finish your 33. Go ahead, sir.
So, Mr. City Administrator, I will say to you, this is not the first time that you have told me an untruth, all right? But we'll talk about it in executive session tonight. So what you're saying, it sounds good, and just like I said, you have a silver tongue, and everybody tends to believe it, but I know
Hold on.
that
Yes, the floor, yes, the floor.
that's not 100% true, and I have it from various sources.
Okay, hold on, sir. Let him finish.
I yield.
I know exactly who you have it from, and they're not telling you the truth. I stand on everything I told you, and if you've got facts to prove that I've lied about anything, bring them forward in an executive session. I'd certainly like to see them.
I
haven't
wish
lied
I
to you
had time
about
to get 'em
anything.
here.
So, Mr.
I
City
didn't
Man-
interrupt you, sir.
Mr.
I
City-
didn't interrupt you. I haven't lied about anything. I don't know what this is that you're doing. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but you know I haven't lied about anything. I don't know what this agenda is. I stand on my integrity, and I'll continue to stand on it. There hasn't been a single lie from me as a city administrator, and how dare you sit here and say that in a public meeting? You don't have any facts to prove that, because I haven't lied to anyone. Period, point blank.
I have 6 seconds.
Go ahead.
Well,
Silver tongue, I wasn't finished. And throwing out aspersions like silver tongue, so now it's an insult because I'm articulate? That means I'm lying? We're better than that. We're better than that. And I understand that this is the current culture that we live in, where people can't treat each other decently, can't talk to each other decently. I'm not going to go to name calling. I will not have my integrity assaulted this way in a public meeting.
and the silver tongue comment was one that you and I talked about that you had as a kid. So
In private.
why
In
I'm
private.
still I'm talking now. All right, 3 seconds and you cut me off. Yes, I have the individual's name.
1, 2. Okay, go ahead, sir. And we'll discuss that in executive session. Any other member of council? Go ahead, Ms. Jones, you had a question. You had a question you wanted. Okay, Ms. Hudson, go ahead.
I don't want to take up your time, Councilwoman Jones. You can go and get it out if you need to.
Well, I want to discuss a strategy to end this conversation, actually. So if that's not your intent, you go ahead.
Well, yeah, because I don't think we need to be ending conversations that have not been had. What I think we need to do is have the conversation and be open and transparent about it. So I'll start with August 7 and 8, budget workshops began and consisted of each city department head presenting their proposed budget line item with explanations for why the amount was needed. This discussion revealed that the city administration did not utilize any evidence-based or data-driven tools to justify the city growth. Thus, the use of the FY 2024 budget, I feel, is not justified. Furthermore, it was determined that Fairburn's Human Resources did not utilize any evidence-based performance matrix to rate performance of employees. Not having these systems in place significantly limits justification for the millage rate as well as the proposed FY 2025 budget. Budget line items limit council from making objective and informed decisions about tax dollars. It lacks checks and balance and transparency. Since taking office, various requests for financial documents have been made. However, the mayor has continued to reject these requests and uses the city attorney as his own to stop the fulfillment of such requests. So as we move on to this discussion about ending a discussion, we have to begin somewhere. And I think this is a great time for us to dig in as a council and have the difficult, courageous conversations, because we will never conquer what we're unwilling to confront. I have a problem when we start talking about hearsay, because to be perfectly honest with you, I was met with so much resistance, and we minimize the real experiences of our employees here. I won't use hearsay, but I will say this, Mr. Phillips. I do know that staff were prohibited in reaching out to me, and that the instructions that they were given was to be careful talking to me, and if they got caught in any issues with me, that they were on their own, and that any request that I made should be deferred to you. And so that actually happened. That behavior happened, right? I can't say what Mr. Phillips said, but I said that, Mr. Phillips, to show you that in all honesty, what I asked for and how that employee responded to me validated that those things had happened. And so when we evade transparency, that's the culture of corruption. And so I'm not going to stop talking about this, whether we are in a meeting or out of a meeting. If we're going to have a strategy, let's work on a strategy to get this administration to respond to us. Not one council member should be telling us to shut down this conversation, because it makes me feel like an era where I grew up, where you had to be in the room, you could be seen but not heard. I'm here to be seen and heard for the taxpayers of Fairburn, and I yield at 1 minute and 34 seconds.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that, or?
I have always shared with our staff, they can communicate with council members. I've never prohibited anyone from talking to a council member. I have requested that they make our office aware when they are having dialogue with council members, because ultimately, per the city charter, the city administrator is responsible for all operations. I can't be responsible for what I'm not aware of. So yes, Councilwoman Hudson, I have asked that they make us aware when they're having those conversations, but at no point has anyone been prohibited from talking to any elected official in the city.
You still have a minute 32. Go ahead.
Minute 34.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. Okay, and so I'm not going to go back and forth about that, because talk is cheap and actions speak. So for us as this council, we have to be unified in our voice and our vote with this budget. The citizens hired us as trustees of the city. And so I really feel uncomfortable when I start seeing experienced members try to shut down these dialogues, but you're not raising your voice to make sure that we get this information. Since when we're not entitled to review invoices? The invoices, and you're asking for over $600,000 for a legal fund. How many executive sessions have we been updated in unless it was toward the end? Nobody even really knows what's going on. And so that's the bottom line. You cannot say that you've been transparent because you have not. No one is concerned about your experience and your professionalism. We're concerned about the Georgia Constitution, the rule of law that guides this seat. And no attorney who has a license in the state of Georgia should be withholding information from elected officials. We have a right to have this information. Show me the money, give me the information, because whatever I need to do, whoever door I need to knock on, whatever official I need to go to, we're gonna get that information. So we need to work together to get this information. Bottom line.
Thank you so much for your comment. Ms. Jones, did you want to go ahead and speak about what you were considering?
Yes. Let me start by saying it is never my intent to try to shut anyone down. Yes, we all deserve information. Information is required for us in order for us to make informed decisions. What surprises me, though, is that we had several meetings. We had one-on-one meetings, or 2-by-2 meetings, I should say, and some of them were 3-by-3. There were opportunities to have subsequent meetings to get clarification on various issues. We've had extensive budget hearings, opportunity to get information and to get questions addressed. Information that has been requested has been sent. We've been inundated with emails regarding the reserve fund, which was requested, regarding employee salaries, which was requested, and various other things that I can't remember, but I could go through the email and delineate that. But I thought the issue before us was whether we should increase the millage rate. And if that is the question that we are to answer, what I'd like to propose is that for this year, as well as for next year, and I don't know if we can make the decision for next year, but I'm putting it out there for consideration as we operate this year and next year. And that is to reduce the reserve fund rate. For this year, I'd like to propose 25%, and then for next year, for 30%. To be reevaluated next year based on the decision on the November ballot regarding the 3% cap on property values. But I want to remind us all that we began these financial discussions early in the year because of the huge deficit that we have in utilities. I also want to remind us that every year we've transferred $1 million from the utility funds into the general fund to keep the property rate low from year to year to year. We can no longer do that. And as I stated at our last meeting, the utility rate increase was an operational mandate because We've been operating in the red for the past 14 years, at least. And part of that deficit is because we made the transfers into the general fund. The other part of it is that our prices did not reflect the cost of doing business. How long can you continue to operate at in the red? You just can't. You can't. So, again, I'd like to propose that we reduce the allocations to the fund balance, to the reserve of the fund balance, to cover the millage rate, proposed millage rate increase for both fiscal year 24-25 and for consideration fiscal year 25 and 26. Thank you.
Mr. City Administrator, just so for clarification purposes, I don't know if you guys had time enough to do it, this proposal will actually come up at the 7 o'clock meeting during the budget. So my question is, just so for parliamentarian purposes, making sure, is there, in this case, the proposed settlement, my question would be, will there be any preliminary action that needs to be taken in conjunction with that, Ms. City Clerk? I mean, I'm just trying to make sure, is there any other vote, if this is being proposed for the budget, is there any other action that we need to take that will make sure that is totally legal? I guess, I'm trying to make sure what's being proposed, it can be actually executed, if it is approved, can be executed within the proper protocol. Okay, gotcha. That's what I'm trying to make. Did you have something, sir?
So, Councilwoman Portis Jones, your 25% reserve fund recommendation will yield approximately 3.2 million, which would be sufficient to cover the 2.1 million that is proposed in the millage rate increase. A 28.4% reserve fund would yield exactly about 2.1 million. So I just wanted to share those numbers with you. We tried to work those up during the break. So 25% yields about 3.2 million, and then 28.4% would yield right at 2.1 million.
I'll accept that counter proposal because I'm more worried about fiscal year 25-26 in light of, is it Senate Bill 581?
House Bill 581.
House Bill 581. Because we don't know where that's going to land, but you're probably right, the likelihood that it will pass. That means that we probably will need more of the reserve in that fiscal year. So I'll accept that counter proposal.
Okay. And so, does any other member of council that have any questions that relates to that?
As it relates to what was just said?
Well, in this case, sir.
That's a new topic.
Now, how does that work? Your time has expired, Mr. Whitmore, I'm sorry.
Actually, it's a different topic because the proposal just came forth.
Well, no, I wasn't going to discuss it. I was just letting you, well, I guess in this case, we'll discuss it we'll discuss it actually in this case during the budget actual meeting. We'll have to, during the budget meeting. We'll do that.
You have to vote.
Okay. Yeah, so with that being said, no comments. Okay.
No, but the budget is on, he probably would have to just not approve the budget and add that in.
Let me make sure I understand what's going to go. That's what I was asking earlier. Is there something else that we need to be done? So I'm trying to make sure what procedure in this case.
So the budget wouldn't change. We're simply,
It should have been a millage. There's a motion on here to adopt the 2025 millage rate and property tax. So if she doesn't want to adopt the millage rate, then she needs to not adopt
Is this a hearing?
millage rate.
Item number 2.
off of that
It's not a hearing.
proposal. Is that correct? I'm talking to the attorneys now.
Yeah, it's a substitute motion, right?
We're not on the,
Okay.
Off a minute. Hold on one second. Go ahead.
The fund balance policy was adopted by resolution back in 2023.
Correct.
And it requires a 35% reservation of unassigned fund balance.
Okay,
So if the city desires to lower that amount, the fund balance policy actually needs to be amended, which means we need to do a resolution amending the fund balance policy to permit for a lower amount of reserves.
do I need to add that item to the agenda?
Yes, sir.
So in this case, it would be item, do I need to do that before I adopt the budget? I mean, is there an issue?
For the millage rate, so it will become item number one.
Item
Item
number two, in the case, item number one will actually become an amendment to the millage. I mean, what is the proper, I'm trying to make sure,
Item number two will be an amendment to the fund balance policy.
amendment to the fund balance policy. Okay?
To reduce the,
Reduce.
She'll put that in the resolution, but for the title, it's the amendment to the fund balance policy.
Okay, amendment to the fund balance policy, okay, gotcha. That would be item number
Number two.
two.
Number three will go to adoption of the 2025 millage rate and property tax. Just move the numbers up.
Okay. Number two. Okay,
okay, so when do we vote on the reduced, when do we vote on no millage rate?
Be number three.
That's number
Number
two.
three,
That's number three?
adoption of the millage rate and property tax.
Okay.
That's the budget.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Number two would become the amendment to the fund balance policy.
okay,
It needs to come before you do the millage rate.
correct,
Number three will be adoption of the millage rate and property tax, or lack of. And then I just moved all the numbers up. Four will be adoption of the budget, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
9, 10, okay. It is actually 7 o'clock. It's actually 7 o'clock on the nose, so we'll go ahead. At this point, I'll actually bring our meeting to order. We're now, in this case, our official city council meeting. Mr. James, would you please call the roll of the city council?
The Honorable Mayor Pro Tem James Whitmore,
Present.
the Honorable Hattie Portis Jones,
Present.
the Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood,
Present.
Honorable Linda J. Davis,
Present.
Honorable Samantha Hudson,
Present.
Honorable Alex Heath.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, in this case, I've called the meeting to order. Did I have didn't have a minister this time?
Yes, Boone is here, I believe.
Pastor Boone? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't see you there. Sorry, sir, I didn't see you back there.
Yeah.
If you would, come on up and,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you so very much for the opportunity to have free governance in our country. We thank you, Father, for the process of election and selection. We ask, Father, that you would hoover over this body here in Fairburn. Give them the strength and the capacity and the insight and the wisdom to govern with efficiency and cohesiveness. We ask, Father, for a spirit of cooperation. We also ask that you would protect their families as they minister at this level. We ask that you protect their homes and their businesses and their personal interests so that they can be free to serve you in this capacity. We thank you so very much for all you're doing. And I also want to ask that you would bless Dr. Park's family, as much that he has served in this community for a very long time. We ask that you strengthen them and guide them and enable them. And as we remember him, let us remember his laugh and his smile and the way in which he handled himself, sometimes good, sometimes not like the rest of us. We just ask these things. And Father, as we move forward as a country, we need you. We need you in every aspect of what we're doing. The greatest country in the world. And we thank you for the privilege and the opportunity that you've given us. And may we stand as close as possible to you. Let we stay close as possible to you so that we can hear from you, that we can govern accordingly. Bless these who have decided to govern in this place. They don't have to do this. They're not getting rich from it. Their heart is to be civil servants, and I pray that you would give them what they need to do their job well. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Members of council, before I get into adoption of, we don't have any proclamation. Before I adopt the agenda, just want to mention publicly that as Pastor Boone mentioned, you heard him mention Dr. Parks' name and an employee that served this city well that passed away on this past Friday. The family allowed me to.
Oh, look at him.
The family wanted me to publicly indicate that I couldn't announce that his funeral will be 2 Saturdays from now. That's September the 21st at Open Word Christian Ministries. My understanding that we will post that on our website just to make sure that, for clarification, that everybody has an understanding of when it will commence. My understanding right now is that the goal is for the service to start at 11 o'clock. I believe they're talking about a reviewing period from 10 to 11, but the actual funeral will start promptly at 11 o'clock. And then also finally, with just, well, you know, in the midst of all that's happening right now, would you just continue to keep our state representative, Lydia Glaze, just keep her lifted up in prayer as she goes through a healing. And so again, with all the things that we're dealing with in the world today, there's a lot of decision and things that just happen to people that are trying to make decisions on our behalf. So with that being said, I want to just say thank you so much. At this point, I'll make it, accept a motion to adopt the city council agenda.
So moved. I have a motion.
You got,
Go ahead, sir.
you have to amend the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry, that's right. I have to make a motion to amend the agenda to add item number 2, is it technically?
Madam Attorney, is the item to amend the fund balance policy?
Yep. That would become item number 2. I'm making an amendment, the adopting agenda with item number 2, amend the fund balance policy.
Needs to let them make a motion. Somebody needs to make a motion.
Making a motion with the, to amend to number 2, amend to the fund balance policy, and another motion to do away with what was number 9, but now 10.
Okay?
No.
Second.
There's a motion's been made.
Discussion.
You want
Motion's
to
been made and properly
remove
seconded.
number 10?
Yeah, he wants to remove item number 10. So the motion has been made and properly seconded. Any questions, comments? Can I go ahead?
Yes, are you talking about the forensic audit?
Who made the
And
second?
what's the reason why would you be removing that? That's my item.
Excuse me,
It's expensive.
can I get who made the second?
Yeah, actually, Ms. Davis
Yeah.
did.
I did, yes.
So you would rather go through the year with not knowing how the administration has spent taxpayer money, but because the expense of a forensic audit, you want to remove it? You're not raising your voice for transparency, but you want to remove my item off the agenda. No, we need a forensic audit.
So Ms. Husser, it has to go to a vote. I mean, but you, go ahead, you got,
I'm still talking.
yes, ma'am, go ahead.
You know, it's high time out for these games. You don't raise your voice up when people are asking for the right information. but because you want to appeal to the clique culture, you always, there's an attack on the agenda item that I put out here. To the public, Fairburn needs a forensic audit. I don't care about this. We've had this certificate that we got for financial reporting that does not go into the operationalization of the day-to-day, how taxpayer money is being spent. That's why this item is on the agenda, and it needs to remain on the agenda.
Ms. James, would you turn?
Point of order. He talking while I'm talking.
I'm trying to.
I have the time.
I'm done.
I apologize.
Y'all remove this off the agenda. I'm gonna elevate my advocacy because silence is consent.
Okay.
You're voting uninformed. You don't have the right information in front of you. But when I put an item on this agenda that can get us the resources and the information that we need, you want to attack it. Raise your voice about this spending. Raise your voice about this administration not being transparent. Let's get on one accord and stop all of these politics that we plan. I'm done. Y'all can move it off the agenda if you want to.
Any other?
Oh, yes, Mayor. Yes.
Ridiculous.
First of all, Councilwoman Hudson, you sent an email, all of us, asking that it be removed.
No, I did not.
You
That's
did?
not what I asked.
What did
Go
you
back
ask?
and read the email. I said remove my name from the item.
Okay.
Because it had my name by the item, which is a targeting, because Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore, sorry, Councilman Whitmore, put an item on the agenda for the travel policy. And beside it, the administration name was put there. You all are so quick to attack the ideas and the information that I bring because you're so comfortable in where you are in the status quo. I merely wanted my name removed from it because it's something that we as a council need to be discussing as a whole. When you put my name on the agenda item, you attack it. The last agenda item that I put on there about a community engagement and a third party external investigation on the behavior of the mayor, this council attacked that too. So let's be fair. We need a forensic audit. And if you are okay with the way things are being handled with someone who I know has experience in the public sector, if you're okay with not being provided with the data to substantiate, if you're okay with your peers asking for information from this administration and not getting it, then continue to do what you're doing. Because when the smoke clears, every member of this council is going to be held accountable.
The time you have over there actually should go back. It was council members,
Portis Jones.
Curtis Jones' time,
Thank you.
so it needs to go back up.
Okay, so where are we at now? Go ahead.
So,
Who's that for?
How much time is
you,
Hold on one second, let me find out how much time you got.
She had I believe it was 4:36. Then you kept it running. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Go ahead, ma'am.
okay, again, Councilwoman Hudson requested that her name be removed from her request to add forensic audit to the agenda. If you don't want your name associated with what it is that you're asking for, then that raises questions as well. But let me say, you have accused us of a lot of different things.
Name it.
Well, let's start with, we're not being, we're not here working for the people. Now, I personally take issue with that, okay? But just because we don't want to do things your way doesn't mean that we are not wanting, or at least I am not concerned about an item or about an issue. Because you bring everything up here in the meeting. And we are not accomplishing anything. This body has gone downhill, as we have seen here tonight. And that is not working on behalf of the citizens of Fairburn. And I believe that they don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if we are to be unified, then we need to learn, or decide, I should say, to exhibit professional behaviors. And last thing I want to say is, you can request whatever you can request. You can say whatever it is that you need to say about what it is that you want and what it is that you want to do, but you do not have the right to accuse me of anything.
Follow
Thank
up.
you.
So let's talk about decorum and professionalism. You sat on this dais July 22nd and accused me in an open meeting of co-mingling funds.
That is absolutely
So
true.
but you were wrong.
That's true.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, hold up, man. Is she out of time?
She's out of time.
Okay, I didn't know. I didn't realize
Whatever.
that.
Move
Yes, ma'am,
on.
you're out of time. Go
I
ahead.
do all I can to sit over here,
Go ahead.
as a city attorney, as a parliamentarian, and to try to be as patient as I can. And I hate to have to do this, but let me read from the procedural rules. It's not anything I wrote. It's not anything the city administrator wrote. It's not anything anybody on this body wrote. It's the procedural rules that have been adopted before any of us were in the positions that we're in now.
And
it's-
approved by this council.
It's Rule 9, decorum. I'm going to read it. These are the rules. This is not what I think. These are the rules. I'm going to read it word for word. All council members are expected to conduct themselves in a courteous and respectful manner. Council members seeking information from staff should do so within the confines of proper decorum. All council members shall not speak. A council member shall not speak until recognized by the presiding officer. I'm not the presiding officer. Mayor Avery is the presiding officer. And likewise shall not interrupt another council member's remarks, provided, however, a council member may ask another council member having the floor if that council member will yield for a question or clarification. All comments made by a council member shall directly address the motion or item before the body, and all comments shall be directed to the presiding officer or to the body as a whole. The presiding officer shall enforce rules of decorum, and if a council member believes that a proper decorum is not being followed, he or she shall raise a point of order when recognized by the presiding officer. The presiding officer may then either rule on the question or allow the council to decide the issue by majority vote. Any council member shall have the right to express dissent regarding an action by the body, but it's never appropriate to question another council member's motive for voting. Those are the rules of decorum that apply to you in this body as we meet. And as so long as I'm the parliamentarian, you're going to follow. Respectfully, I submit as your city attorney. And let me tell you another thing. The city ordinance at section 2145 gives this body, as a council, the ability to seek a legal opinion from me. It also gives the mayor, not an individual council member, to seek an opinion from me. So if you want to have a legal opinion from the city attorney, as a body, you could meet and vote on that, and I will render that opinion. Otherwise, it comes from the mayor. And I don't get to decide how and when I respond. If the mayor makes a request for a legal opinion, he's going to get it from me. If the council, as a body, makes that request, you're going to get it. If an individual council member wants a legal opinion on a matter, ask the mayor, or come in this body and vote and ask as a group. You move as one. There's no individuality here. You move as one body and you get to express your individual concerns in the context of that body, but you move as one. There are no wards here. This is at large. So please, let's conduct ourselves accordingly.
So as a result of that, we're still, I'm trying to make sure how many minutes we got. Mr. Whitmore, I think, has Mr. Whitmore have any time?
He has not spoken on
I
this.
done lost, yeah, okay, go ahead, sir. I done lost track as a result. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
I have,
There's a motion on the floor in a second, but he has a comment. Go ahead.
I have a question for the city attorney. And that question is, when you request a forensic audit, what is the breakdown of a forensic audit? In other words, and things that I have been asking about but refused to be in addition to that, because we're talking about money.
Yes, sir.
We're not talking about, I'm not talking about funds being exploited, stolen, or whatever the case may be. But within a forensic audit, we can direct that scope, if I'm correct, and we can talk about high-level positions, high-level salaries, and everything else within that forensic audit. Is that not correct?
Here's how, I can't answer your question with a yes or no. Here's how I'll answer your question. As a body, if you want to have a forensic audit, you can decide that you want to have that, and that request will be reviewed or filtered through the appropriate rules. Now, when you start talking about personnel, that's executive session stuff. In every working document, the charter, the city ordinance, the procedural rules, the personnel regulations speak to and again, I didn't do this, but the charter started it. It was finished by the ordinance. The administration of this government is ceded to the city administrator. He gets to run the city. That's his job. That is his job. It's not your job. Now, the mayor is the executive officer. He's a tiebreaker. He signs on every contract, and the mayor pro tem, if he's unavailable. Now, I'll read you again, because I'm reading these rules because I want to be clear that any opinion that I give, I promise you, I've been doing this too long, and it's going to be laced and based on the charter, the procedural rules, the city ordinance, in this instance, the personnel policy. And this is a directive to city employees. And again, this is not his words. This is the policy. 25421, employee official interaction with city officials. City employees shall take no action or engage in any course of conduct that interferes with the proper, efficient, and effective operations of the city government. In this regard, it qualifies it this way: no city employee, with the exception of the city administrator, that would be Mr. Phillips, and city department heads, unless acting pursuant to a directive from the city administrator or the employee's department head, shall accept any directive from or initiate or continue any direct communications with the city official regarding any request for action or information involving the operations of the city government. Actions with respect to all requests shall be taken only with the advice and consent of the city administrator. That's the rule. We gotta follow it. That is the rule. And I will submit this to you respectfully. There have been elected officials across the United States when you've had a form of government and you gotta be careful about comparing yourselves to other local governments. Everybody has a charter. Everybody has city ordinances. They're all different. I'm talking about Fairburn's city ordinance and its charter, but I will tell you, similarly situated governments with a strong mayor, city administration form of government, that's what the charter allows. That's what the city ordinance allows. So it is what it is, but you have to be careful because you have official immunity for anything related to your legislative function. Once you get outside the bounds of that and you're meddling around in personnel matters, your official immunity is not going to be there. And you're subjecting yourself to dangerous territory. So if the mayor asks me for a legal opinion on any matter, if council as a body makes a request for a legal opinion, or if one of you run your request to the mayor, that's just, I mean, the control that he has is charter-based and city ordinance-based. Then he'll make that request, and I'll render it. And so I just want us to try to just take the personal stuff out of it, unless we got governing documents. And I've been practicing since 1993. Never had a bar complaint, never had a malpractice claim, and I satisfy all my clients. Because I get up 4 o'clock in the morning every day God sends and work my butt off for this city. And I'm not gonna let, while I'm here, it be out of control. And certainly you're not gonna put my name without consequence connected to words like unethical or fraud. That's not the kind of government we work, and that's not what I'm gonna deal with as your city attorney. So long as I'm the city attorney. Now, if y'all don't want me to be the city attorney, as you can vote and get me out of here. That's what you can do. But I was eating before I became the city attorney, and I'm gonna continue to eat if I'm no longer the city attorney.
So if I can follow up, because you really didn't answer my question, you went off on a whole different level there, sir.
I'm sorry.
And that was not my question to you. So if you can direct your comments to me in reference to the question that I asked, that would be appreciated. My question was, if a forensic audit is being requested, okay? And I'm not talking about taking away the city administrator's responsibility of running the city. I'm not talking about me directing any staff member, because I don't. So all that dialogue was wasted on me,
Okay.
all right? My question was specific in nature, and you skirted around it, okay? Again, the question is, for a forensic audit, can it also include things that I've been talking about for the past month and not getting the total answers true to? In regards to pay, I'm not talking about personnel. Personnel has to pay, but the way it was assigned, that comes from the city administrator and HR individual. So when you look at everything holistically, then this could be included in a forensic audit. That's my question to you.
So I would submit that, subject to my review of the city charter, city ordinance, procedural rules, et cetera, to the extent you get this body to vote on the request for a forensic audit, you can define the scope of that. That is, and that's subject, that's my off-the-cuff answer to your question. That's subject to you guys approving it, then that forensic audit can be defined appropriately. And again, I with the caveat that they're asking me this now, and you know, I'm smart, but at the end of the day, we have to run all of our advice through the appropriate rules. So subject to assuming the rules say that that's okay, assuming the procedural rules and the city ordinance and the charter has no issue with that, then yes.
And then my follow-up question to you is this. What year is the charter that we're currently operating out of? When was that signed?
It's been some time ago.
1925?
It's being rewritten.
I understand that. My question is, what year?
Madam Clerk may be able to answer that for you. When was it rewritten?
I can tell y'all.
Added to it.
It definitely needs to be rewritten.
Okay, and then which?
And you guys have voted on that. That's happening, right?
So then my follow-up question is, the ordinance that you're referencing and quoting
Yes.
is based on that charter that is outdated as well. So the ordinance that you just read, what date is that? When was that signed into law?
Well, I can't rightly, let's see here, the personnel regulation here was certified, when was this? That's 2016 for the personnel regulation that I was referencing. The city ordinance is 19. Madam Deputy City Attorney says 2019 for the city ordinance.
Okay, so again, I'm making the point here,
Gotcha.
okay? We talk about a city charter that's so far outdated, it has a lot of things in it that shouldn't be in it, and that's why it was asked that we redo it. It was asked back on Mario Avery's previous administration, over 9 years ago, 8 years ago. It was talked about during the previous mayor's administration, and it's right back here now. Okay, so we are operating on a document that is so outdated. You got my point.
Okay, sir. Miss,
I have a question.
He has 40
actually, Miss
I have what?
He has 38 seconds.
30 seconds? So
Quick question.
point-
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
So my point is very poignant and exact about how old it is, all right? And therefore, we should be looking at ordinances. It should start from the city administrator's desk, going through legal and updating it, along with that city charter. So if we're gonna quote things, I hear you, but we're quoting things that are outdated. That's all, that's the only comment I want to make, and I wanted to be crystal clear in my delivery.
That's receiving. All I can say as a city attorney, I have to interpret what's before me. I don't get to say it's old, so we can't follow it. I have to interpret what's before me. That's my job.
Which means it should be
It's your
updated.
job to update it. You're doing that.
And it comes through the city administrator up to this body.
And you have it in your,
Ms. Jones and then Ms. Davis. Go ahead.
Yes. So the issue on the floor is regarding forensic audit. I'd like to ask our financial expert if she could talk a little bit about forensic audit, because that really is a financial term, but it's being discussed in light of personnel and personal payment. So could you enlighten us about a forensic audit, what that is, and is there something else we need to call it or look at relative to the personnel piece?
Sure, that's a very good question, and I'll speak in pretty high-level terms here, as I've not gotten into those weeds of those issues. Customarily, a forensic audit is a very, very specialized audit for financial crimes, for investigating embezzlement, malfeasance, things of that nature. What would be more appropriate in this situation, and given some of the questions that have been asked, is to hire an external auditor to perform what's called agreed-upon procedures engagement. With that type of engagement, you're hiring an external third party, so you have the independence protection, but it allows you to identify the scope of work that you want covered in that engagement. It can be more of in regards to compliance rather than a financial crime. So it's a way of ensuring compliance, and so that would be a more appropriate engagement in this situation.
And secondly, can you tell us what are some of the indicators of why we would need a forensic audit?
If you had some sort of substantiation that there was some wrongdoing, if there were documents or allegations of wrongdoing, it would be appropriate to investigate.
Financial wrongdoing?
Yes, ma'am. It would be appropriate to investigate that further through a forensic audit.
Okay. So, Mayor, the request was for a forensic audit. I don't know whether that was the appropriate terminology for what is being asked for. I'm not sure, but, based on what's being said, I don't think it is. But nonetheless, if forensic audit, financially based, is what's being asked for, then I ask that substantiation be provided to this body to make us aware of the issues and concerns, specific issues and concerns that would indicate the need for a financial forensic audit versus, what was the other term you used? Agreed upon procedures, whether that is personnel, whether that is how we mow grass, if that's why, if that means how we, maintain equipment, relative to utilities, all of those would be under the guise of the latter category that is being described.
Mr. Davis and then Mr. Smallwood.
Okay, we still have a motion
There's
on
a
the
motion, yeah.
floor.
Yes, a motion's
and,
gonna come
It's been
out.
second. Okay.
After he-
Well, the reason that, and if this is appropriate, let me know. If it's not, let me know. Because right now, we are going around and around and around in circles and getting nothing done. And I am frustrated up to the yang-yang. So the reason I second to take this off of the agenda is because there has not been any type of substantiated reason to have a forensic audit. Just out of the whim, saying we need a forensic audit is foolishness. And I don't deal with foolishness. So we need to get back on the agenda and stop going around in all these different circles that people are using for stuff that doesn't even belong in here, outside stuff, personal stuff, whatever. We need to get back on the task. And I'm done.
Mr. Smallwood, and then I'll answer, then we'll take a vote.
Well, I was just gonna say that it seems like we were doing what we were trying to take off the agenda anyway, which was discuss this. I mean, I'm not really backing that up. I'm just saying that it was not up for a vote tonight. It was up for a discussion. So, some good things have come out that I too agree, because I did look it up. I wasn't familiar with a forensic audit, but just as she communicated, it's usually generated when there is substantiated claims for wrongdoing. So I think we could have discussed it, but I did hear this other thing that you brought up. So I just feel like it just could be discussed, and maybe we can hammer out what it is people are asking for, because I hear some things Mr. Whitmore, sorry, sir, Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore is asking for, as well as Councilwoman Hudson. So I think it does deserve further discussion. That's just what I wanted to put out there.
Okay, and the members of council has a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Heath, and then we'll take a vote.
Ma'am, could you tell me about what it would cost to have a forensic audit?
Well, that is a question that a lot goes into. The scope of it would very much drive the cost. I can't give you a cost on that without identifying a scope. However, I can tell you they are very expensive. It is a specialized service. It does require a specialized certification, and that does come at a cost. It sounds like the same result could be achieved with a much more reduced cost, with an agreed upon procedures engagement.
Yes.
That would be much more affordable for taxpayers.
Can you get just some idea of what it would cost? I know because in 2010, when I first came on the council, we looked into a forensic audit, and it was cost prohibitive. And we're talking about taxpayer money here. So why would you want to spend tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to have this done when there's really nothing that I have seen where somebody's sticking money in their pocket that's on the council? As far as that goes, I haven't seen anything that we have done to squander the public's money. And that's what gets me about the whole thing is it's easy to put these fancy words out there and everything, but just from your experience, give me an idea of what it would cost to do this.
Sure. So with a broad stroke, a regular agreed-upon procedures could run you anywhere at a very small scope of 5,000 to 20 to 25,000.
Okay.
Forensic audit would be much more expensive than
No,
that. You know, anywhere from 75, 125,000, depending on the scope of the work.
That's what I know. Okay, that's what we got the last time. And so, Mr. Mayor, don't we have another company to audit our books every year?
If I'm correct, Mr. City Administrator, I believe we, other than Martin and Jenkins, yeah.
Marlin and Jenkins performs a annual audit on all of the city's finances each year. And so those are all posted on the city's website.
Correct. And if there was ever any problem with any of our revenues or whatever, misuse or whatever like that, wouldn't that auditing company point those things out to us?
Yes, and typically there are findings associated with an audit. So if they find anomalies, financial improprieties, anything that was not done in accordance with accounting principles, those would typically result in a finding in your audit.
Yeah, and if I may, it goes a little bit even further than that. So they will issue findings for anything that might cause a material misstatement to your financials. As part of your annual financial audit, they also do a compliance audit, which covers the compliance of your grants, and that's another component of it. In addition to that, if they identify any operational issues, so things that don't escalate to the level of a material weakness or a significant deficiency, which results in findings, if it's of operational nature, they will include those in what's called a management letter. That doesn't get posted with the financials, but it is meant to give guidance to the administration and the governing body regarding operational issues that they have identified.
Right on. Well, you know, I've sat here and I've listened to the conversations and everything, and usually I'm kind of laid back to the point that I don't want to get into an altercation with anybody, but the fact of the matter is that all I've heard everybody talk about is concerning the public's money. Well, why would you want to go out and spend $100,000 to $125,000? And which, like I say, in 2010, we looked into that, and we just got a regular company to come in and audit our books. I think it was Jenkins and Jones, or I believe it's correct. And I don't know what they charged, but they found that the previous administration, we were actually $332,000 in the red, because their person that kept their books made placed a 1 for $1 million, and by mistake. I mean, it was by mistake, but needless to say, he didn't work here any longer. But the fact of the matter is that people do make mistakes. But I have never seen anything like this in my life, and I've been on the council now 15 years, and it's just crazy that everybody wants to stick their chest out and say, look at me, I'm more concerned than any of the rest of them or whatever like that. The fact of the matter is that we do the job that we feel is necessary, and we take care of our citizens. And our citizens need to know that. I know that I've been through 3 or 4 different administrations, and there's always been those people that wanted to stir up strife and do things that is erroneous. But just to keep something stirred up all the time to where the council, other council members are at each other's throat, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Let me just say, I'll take a vote, but before we take a vote, members of council, we're taking a vote basically in this case to adopt the agenda with item number 2 added and minus item number 10. Let me say this much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll make it short. Having been through a forensic audit at the city of Atlanta, having been through 2 of those type of audits that you talked about in Fulton County, passed with flying colors. My department in particular was actually audited because of the compliance department. And so again, I'm very cognizant of the of what's being requested. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this much again. As relates to the integrity of the government, again, myself and the city administrator, I can speak to him personally and say that he goes beyond the call of duty to ask questions during the regular meetings, with the weekly meetings or bi-weeklies. I can sit here and say that the questions are being asked by both the assistant and the city administrator to the department heads, not to mention that the department heads, upon their meeting, if I understand it right, they can ask each other questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure necessarily what the agenda is as relates to why all this coming. Well, yes, I do, but it's not appropriate to even say it publicly. I'll just leave it this way, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do. There's a motion on the floor and a second has been made. All to add item number 2 and to remove item number 10. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Oppose.
That motion carries.
Thank you, Jesus.
Next, first item. Go ahead.
No.
Actually, in this case, we're actually the public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, Jedediah Brown.
Yeah, and let me,
I'll be running it from here.
hold on one second, sir. I forgot to read the rules. In this case, public comment is 30 minutes available for public comment. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. However, a speaker may transfer his or her 3 minutes to another speaker, but no speaker shall speak for more than 6 minutes. How many speakers do we have?
We have 4.
Got 4, okay, so we can stay at the 3-minute interval. Issues raised at this time will be referred to the city administrator for review. Responses will be provided at a later date. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on my limited research, congratulations on getting back your seat as mayor. I would like to introduce myself very diplomatically. My name is Jedediah Brown. I am the proud leader of Investigate and Advocate, and we have heard of some things that's a little concerning to us, so I'm here as the boss himself to just kind of check out what's going on in the city of Fairburn. Jedediah Brown, you may remember me from stopping Donald Trump and having a successful rally in Chicago. I'm currently working to make sure that the FBI helps Dalton, Illinois get out of the mess they're in. So many things I could talk about, that's neither here nor there. But what I am here to do is to let the council people who are stating, which is why we're here, that they're asking for very simple documents and not getting them, that they are not unheard. And I'm a little disheartened back there. Y'all look real good, but it looks like it's like it's bed bugs under the sheets. And the reason why I say that is because even in the Bible, if everybody speaks well of you, that's a problem. But in government, it is not about fighting each other. It's about working through the issues and getting down to the bottom of what's going to be in the best interest of the citizens. And the thing as a young man that I do find that I'm perplexed about is that there's an argument about auditing. There's an argument about documents. That should be the easiest thing that I would hear anybody talk about so that everybody can know what's going on and build up from there. When I hear somebody say operating in the red and then I hear an argument about auditing, I'm confused as a young man that's paying attention to government across this country. And I disagree. Actually, the best governments that I've seen are those who look at other cities, get their best practices, and make sure that their laws are not inundated or outdated, and that it will inspire young people to want to get involved in the process. Looking at the seats, I can tell y'all engagement is a problem here. So here it is, Mayor. Congratulations. But what I want to do is come here and say, we're going to come, we're watching, there are teams of mine that are watching your live stream across the country, and we're just going to try to figure out if we can help Fairburn. And hopefully, to be honest, we don't even have to come this way because there's a lot of bad government in America. But right now, while we're trying to figure out if Kamala or Trump, the real thing is we got to figure out how do we get councils to stop rubber stamping, because what we have learned in all the time that I've been doing this work is that there's a lot of things that's hidden inside of budgets when people don't know what exactly things are being spent on or who are getting these invoices, and everybody's talking about what the actual agenda is at the end of the day. If you're doing the job and you're doing it right, the voters will speak, and when they decide, we'll follow. Thank you all, and I hope this will be the last time I meet you.
Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Maya Ozum. Okay, Marvin Nash.
All right. How you doing, Mayor, City Council?
Yes,
Again,
doing good.
once again,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
always trying to get involved. I couldn't put it in the better words than this guy just put it. So it's good to have people that stand up for the people that's not accustomed to coming before you and putting in, you know, concerns. And that's what I like about the people, right? It's always for the people. But what I wanted to say, I'm sitting observing everything too, and you guys are put in a position to do what's best for the people. And when we see the bickering that's going on, like you said, it's all over government. The key word I was looking at was transparency. That's a huge word. A lot of huge words that come to mind. Transparency. I remember running our HOA. One of the HOA members told me there's no I in team, because I was doing everything. They were literally not doing anything. And I got this thing, I'm doing everything. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. They said, well, Marvin, there's no I in team. And it was before I saw the Michael Jordan documentary. It is an I in win. We want to win in Fairburn. We want to win. So in order to win, we still have to be that team, right? But we want to win. So I want to talk about a few words. One is transparency. Sometimes we don't always put it in a professional, elegant way or a professional way or respectful way. But it doesn't mean the person wrong or right because they get loud or they low. It's facts. So one of my questions to the council and mayor is, we talked about these documents being withheld from our fellow city council members. This is not hearsay because we all here. So my question is that a situation where your council members are not getting the documents they need to make sound, informed decisions to do what they need to do for the city of Fairburn? Is that something being withheld from city council members because they're saying it? They're saying, hey, we're not getting, we're hearing it. So yes or no question, not like a
That answer will be
politics.
provided you at a later, after this meeting. It'll be provided to you.
And see,
Go ahead, keep going,
that's
sir.
the same thing with politics. We never get a yes or no answer. It's either they're getting the documents or they're not. But okay, that's here and there. But I did want to talk about a few things. We talk about audits. I have no problem with audits, but price is always going to be. It's always going to be money, right? But we know what audits stand for. Audits uncover defects in the system. That's what it stands. If you look at those letters, audits uncover defects in the system. So if there is a defect, we need to resolve it and get it resolved quick. And we need to do it as a group, though, and not fight and bicker amongst each other. Again, it doesn't matter if you say it low or high, if it's right or wrong. So I want to just bring up a few things, and one of the key words is prudent. Prudent means showing care and thought for the future, right? You say you guys are educated, so everybody know that's what that means. It means showing care and thought for the future. Then there's another word called perverse. That's of a person or their actions, right? Showing a deliberate and obstinate desire to behave in a way that is unreasonable and unacceptable, and often in spite of the consequences.
All right, sir, your time is up.
Okay, so
Thank you,
I
thank
just
you.
want to
That's
say
it,
one
that's
other
it, sir. No, sir, that's it. I appreciate you. Your time is up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir, for your
Okay.
comment.
Mr. Ernie Brooks.
Hey, y'all, my little 72-year-old brain is wiggling. This is like a executive session more than a city council and the public engagement. But I appreciate it because what was revealed to me was some dysfunction and the inner workings of Mr. Whitmore, sir. I initially thought he must be running for mayor.
No.
I'm just saying, you know, and.
Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
Oh, wow.
Continue.
15 years on city council, and for 14 years, we've been running a deficit with the utility department. I said, Now, this young lady here, I like her vibe, because she might be a little loud, but it seems like she's got a genuine concern, and other people do, because they've raised issues. And if they've got issues that they're concerned about, where's the ball being dropped, right? Something's going on. Now, an audit or whatever, and if you got substantial evidence, you don't need an audit. Produce the evidence, Mr. Smallwood. Yep. To wrap it up, I'd like to suggest that you table the vote on the what y'all voting on, the millage rate? Because now what you've done is you've actually brought up a new item under the agenda what has not been published. What the agenda was published in the paper and on the board, was that you were voting on this, but you haven't even got to the action item on the agenda to have a discussion. You put the cart before the horse, and now you've come up with something new with the budget, with taking this money from that bucket, and moving it over here for 26. I appreciate the concern. However, you haven't published it and allowed the public to be notified that there's a new action item on the agenda concerning the millage rate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
That's the last speaker.
Okay. At this point, members of council, we'll actually go to our first item.
No, can you do the
I mean,
minutes?
excuse me, approval of the city council minutes. Members of you have the city council minutes from the previous meeting. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion is made and properly second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Okay, the first item is an amendment to the fund balance policy for, where'd she go? Oh, there you are. Looking at the attorney. First item is the amendment to the fund balance policy.
There you go.
The current fund balance policy was amended in 2023 by Resolution 2023-05. The request to the body this evening is to amend the fund balance policy to reduce the amount, the minimum amount of the unassigned fund balance to 28.4% from 35%.
Members of council, you heard the item read. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Substitute motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
Did she
When-
get a second?
she did
Yeah,
not.
Hold on. Did I not get a second for that?
Second.
Yeah, go ahead, I got a second.
Wait a minute, Jones.
Oh, my head.
Okay, I'm just make sure I did it right. I thought I heard a second. Did I not hear a second for the Ms. Jones's motion?
I'm seconding it.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Small, we'll go ahead next, go ahead now. You want to make a
Now you
substitute?
can make a substitute. She has to have a second in order for you to make a
Got
second.
it, understood. I am going to put a substitute motion in. Again, my concern is going up on the millage rate to put all that in the reserve. I think we have, enough if we just reduce it from that 35 to 20. And then maybe the next year consider taking it back up to 25. We exceeded, well, that's my motion.
Is there a second for
20?
that?
35 to 20, you said?
20 for next year, fiscal year 25, and 24, 25, and the potential of 25 for the following
Is there
year.
a second?
Wait, are you
Wait a
doing,
minute.
only doing the 1 year right now?
24, 25.
24,
you-
25.
Did you just mention two different things in the percentage, ma'am?
No.
What was the percentage, the original?
28.4%.
28.4, well, I'll leave it at 1. I'll say reduce it for fiscal year 25 to 20 versus 35.
Is there a second? That motion fails for the lack of a second. We're back to the original motion that Ms. Jones started. Any other
I
questions?
have some
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
discussions.
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
In reference to this. So this, tell me why this amendment to the fund balance came up. Is it because we're not going to approve the millage rate, or instead of the millage rate? I need some discussion on why this is coming up now.
May I answer?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, it is a substitute alternative to raising the millage rate. That's why it was offered.
Okay, and my response is, my other concern is, what adjustments will this make to the budget if we do this amendment to the fund balance and disregard the millage rate increase for 2025?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. The all funds summary that was included with the budget item, you will see a reduction in property taxes. The property taxes will go from 25,139,473. It will be reduced by the 2.1 million that was anticipated with the millage rate. So that reduction will yield 23,021,124. And then the fund balance request on the current budget as it sits before you was 5.3. That will increase by the difference of 2.1 to be reduced from the fund balance. So property taxes, there'll be a reduction in the property taxes in the budget, but the fund balance request will go up to offset that decrease.
Fund balance would go up.
The fund balance request. So we have requested 5.3 to include the capital request. So that total request will be 7,446,359.
So in other words, we will not need to increase the millage rate.
That is correct.
And the change in the reserve policy, which creates those revenues to increase that 2.1 million in the fund balance request.
Mr. Whitmore?
So that was one of the reasons that in the last council meeting, I looked at the reserve balance of 35, and I said in that meeting then, if we reduce that reserve balance down to 25 or even 20, there would not be a need to increase the millage rate. Now, we're going to be forced to operate within our budget, not knowing whether or not this is going to pass that the Silver Dome or the Gold Dome is putting up in November. So we still have an opportunity to win-win without increasing that rate and still giving our citizens a break, since we just raised the utilities in January of this year. So again, this is what we call government, this is what we call compromise, and this is how we can be a winner, both as a legislative body and as the citizens of this great city. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Hudson, go ahead.
Yes. So to Mayor Pro Tem, I did agree. When you brought that up, I thought it was a brilliant idea. I wasn't able to give a second on that motion because of the amount that you put out there, as well as when you think about, okay, if we don't have quantifiable tools in place to assess in real time how taxpayer money is being spent, then when we go to amend this policy, they need $2 million. Are we amending it so it will be more than $2 million, or will only be the $2 million? Okay. And then my question would be to this administration, what will you do differently moving forward? We've talked about key performance indicators. We talked about metrics. We talked about dashboard systems being put in place. And to date, I don't have access to Clearview, right? So some key things are happening in our city. In the last 30 days, we'll have lost 4 key players in our finance department. Our finance director, our procurement manager, our finance manager, and soon to come, our accounts payable. So understanding where we are financially, and of course, the information that our city attorney gave us, maybe you can help me understand why this council is not receiving the financial information. I requested it because this is how I make decisions. I can't subvertently say fraud is happening if I have not been given the information. And so nowhere on anybody's record have I said it's fraud. I said the behavior is a culture of corruption, right? And so to our city attorney, I understand fully what your role is. I understand fully about decorum. I don't come over to the city administration. Y'all don't see me till it's a council meeting, but I'll email you. Not trying to get into touch of the day-to-day. But you as the city attorney, you have to advise this council and advise this administration that we're trustees and we have a right to review financial documents, sir. That's all I've been saying to you for 9 months, Mr. Starkey. Just give me the information that I can review and know for myself. So here's an example, because I don't want to ramble. I asked for the budget expense report for the ARPA. I got the budget, but a question that I posed to administration, help me understand why did the 100% allocated plan in 2021 of the ARPA funds, because there were 2 payments, June 14, 2021, this council voted on that plan under former administration. Some of the numbers that were on there were, allocated were cut in half. For example, $500,000 was allocated for utility assistance, but the new plan cut that in half. But so we cut it in half to $250,000. Then we came back a year later and raised utility rates. So I'm seeking to understand why. It may be uncomfortable, or how I move is how I move, but I'm not moving outside of the realm of an elected official. I yield. 1 minute and 4 seconds.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Any other questions from councils? Seeing none. There's a motion on the floor, correct?
Motion,
There's a motion on the floor, okay.
Please read it.
All in favor?
the motion on the floor is to amend the fund balance policy to 28.4 for the year 2024, 2025.
Gotcha. It's already been been brought to the floor in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Abstain for lack of information.
Okay.
May I speak for a moment?
You say what, sir? Go ahead.
Abstention per the procedural rules.
Yes.
Is when you have a conflict of interest. So you just,
No,
that's what
thank you. I'm not gonna argue with your city attorney.
I'm just giving you the.
If you tell me I'm doing something wrong, I know how to adjust, right? But I just need y'all to be fair. Give me what I'm asking for, that's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No, that's a no. You got it? Thank you.
Got you, ma'am.
Okay. Next item. Motion passes.
The
Next
next item is adoption of the 2025 millage rate and property taxes. Hold on. Request is for mayor and council to approve the resolution to adopt the general obligation bond indebtedness rate and millage rate for the city of Fairburn for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Members of council, you've heard the item read. Item number 3, is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
But it's
Second.
Want to make sure,
what you talking about?
Sorry, Mayor and Council. So the resolution that was originally before you was with the maintenance and operations millage at 9.6. It actually needs to be approved to amend it back down to the 8.1, but keeping the bond indebtedness millage rate at the 1.46.
So it's to approve the millage rate for the city of Fairburn for FY 2024-2025, setting the millage rate at 8.1.
Which is no increase.
Yes, no increase.
Okay.
Yes, no increase.
Thank you.
who made the motion?
I did.
So Brenda,
Okay, Ms.
I'm sorry, one more thing. Can you state the entire, just so that it includes the bond indebtedness of the 1.46?
I'm trying to see if that's on here. Okay. City of Fairburn for the GO bond indebtedness rate for the city of Fairburn for the FY 2024-2025 shall be 1.46 mils, and the city of Fairburn FY millage rate for 2024-2025 shall be 8.1 mils.
Okay, that motion was made by Ms.
What is Jones?
Ms. Jones. You accept that? You accept that?
Question. Yes, I do.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I have a
There's
question.
a motion and second.
Okay,
and a
but
question by Ms.
Councilmember Heath made the second.
Yes, to the city administrators, will this change our exemptions that we advocated for our, our seniors, that I advocated, okay? I'm gonna pat myself on the back for this. I advocated for our seniors and fixed income and handicapped people. I don't normally do this, but I need to do this tonight. That's gonna stay the same?
Yes, ma'am. There
Thank
will
you,
be no
sir.
change.
Any other questions by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
Next item is adoption of the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. It is a request for mayor and council approval of an ordinance to establish the budget for fiscal year 2024-2025 to commence on October the 1st, 2024 through September the 30th, 2025.
Members of council, you heard the motion of the adoption of the 2024-2025 fiscal year budget. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, and comments by council. Mr. Whitmore?
Yes, Mayor, as stated previously in many of our debates, and even here this evening, 6 o'clock, and now at this juncture here, again, it's hard for me to approve any budget without all the information that I've been requesting. And for whatever reason, is being subverted and is not being given up. And so, of course, I cannot vote for a budget for 2024-2025.
Okay. Any other comments, Ms. Hessen?
I echo, it's been very clear that I asked for simple things. I asked for the opera expense report. I asked to know how much exactly of the opera funding was used to renovate the Georgia military structure. I asked for copies of the Third Friday performance contracts of performers. I did not get this information. And how we make decisions about finances is very important. And right now, it's a high liability for me to vote on a budget that staff definitely presented very well. But one of the key areas I have to go back to, Public Sector 101, we have to use those performance measures to justify spending. When we have HR who lacks implementing performance management of employees, this presents liability. You know, this affects employees' ability to perform and know that they're performing well. It lacks the ability to track measurable goals, boost employee engagement, and requesting for the salaries of employees and not getting them to me is just, that's not right at all. And so we have to make sure that we have these resources in place because it can come back on us. Equity and fairness in the workplace, transparency is all necessary to run this government. So I cannot give a vote on this budget. Also, no one even said anything about the training amount. I didn't hear anything back. I didn't see any adjustments made. What was the last agreement on the training budget? All members of council was, I asked that we get the same amount, and there was no update.
Miss, if you could yield 1 second, Ms. Hudson.
Yes, sir.
That item, actually, we have a travel budget item. That discussion will be
Okay.
brought up during that time.
Okay, that's fine. And so that's it. I'm not gonna expend my time. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm not voting for this.
Any more questions about council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oppose?
Nay.
That motion carries. Next item.
Next item is the National Opioid Settlement Agreement. It's a request for mayor and council approval of the resolution authorizing the city of Fairburn to accept the terms of a new settlement, national prescription opiate litigation, to authorize the mayor to execute all documents.
Members of council, you've heard item, got my numbers wrong. Item number 5 of the national.
Item number 5.
Item number 5, the National Opioid Settlement Agreement. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made and properly second. Any questions or comments by council? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That item carries.
That next item is item number 6. It's the revised City of Fairburn travel policy. Request for mayor and council approval of the revised City of Fairburn policy.
Okay. Members of council, you have before you an item to revise the city of Fairburn travel policy. Is there a motion? We'll bring it to the floor and then we can discuss.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's made by, and second by Mr. Smallwood. Any questions? Ms.
Yes,
Hudson, you had a question? Go ahead. I'll let you-
Yes, there was a budget just approved where the line item for council members had $22,000 for one council member for training and education, and everybody else with 15,000. Now, we just had this whole scenario where we are one council and we need to operate together, but yet we have inequities even in the amounts that each council member is supposed to receive for training. While it was stated that there was something in place in a former administration that allowed this to happen, none of that has been justified today. I think it's hypocritical to say on one end that we are one council and there's no ayes and they're in team, but then turn around and adopt a budget with inequities in it, adopt a budget where the budget finance expense reports have not been justified, the spending has not been justified, the council has been withheld from seeing this information, but we're one council. So it's not about my way, it's the right way. And I'm gonna be clear about that. So I need to know what is the amount of training allocated for each council member as a whole.
You want to speak or you go ahead?
So pursuant to the discussion we had during the budget presentations when we received feedback from council, the budgets remained as they were originally presented, which is $15,000 per council member, with the exception of council members serving on national boards. In this instance is Councilwoman Portis Jones, who serves on the National League of Cities National Board. And so she gets $22,000 for the additional travel associated with that service. So that was what was in the budget. And again, we discussed this previously, and that was the direction we understood, the consensus
Correct.
of the council. I understand there were differing positions.
Correct.
But that was, and Mayor, I'll defer to you from there.
So, no, I'm still talking. So help me understand, we're not one council then. A national board does not dictate a council member getting more. This is taxpayer money. Y'all remember this now. Y'all remember, this is taxpayer money. And so where is the rule that say any council members sit on a national board that they get more training allotted to them? No, that's not fair. And now I will say it is unethical. Because if we are at-large council, then you cannot justify giving one council member more than the other. Mayor, in all fairness, one of the things you came out the gate with in January saying that we want to make sure that no one was getting any special preference. Well, you all did that today. You gave special preference, there's no policy on the books, and you're utilizing a national seat to give one council member more. You also didn't put anything in the budget for the new rule that you created July 22nd, where council members could not utilize city facilities, blocking me from having any access to city facilities to serve our community because we were one council. It was supposed to be budgeted by the city, approved by council, and staffed by city staff. So you got a whole budget that you have approved tonight, and you did not address community engagement, but you got $150,000 that you're about to throw in the street October 5th, and the residents only benefit by being entertained. Now, I'm all for a good time and having a good time, but you all keep talking about one council and fairness. This is completely unfair. It is taxpayer money, and we need to be mindful. We need to be mindful that we're not self-serving with taxpayer dollars.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jones, go ahead.
So, yes, the council, during the, I believe it was 2015, that would have been under Mayor Avery's first administration. But that rule was brought to us by a council member who subsequently became mayor. And she brought to this body saying that because of the additional responsibilities, and quite frankly, it really shouldn't be training because that's not what I'm doing. I am not being trained. Serving on the National League of Cities, which is the federal advocacy for municipalities all across the country, which is equivalent to our state league, the Georgia Municipal Association. And so I am not being trained. What I am doing is going and participating on the board to set policy and direction for advocating to our federal government about the resources that are needed at the local level. The ARPA money that that we received, that was part of it allocated to utilities. That is the first time in the history of federal dollars to municipalities that those monies came directly to cities, regardless of size. The term entitlement, we are a part of Fulton County because we're too small. And all cities that are less than $50,000 had no access or say. Everything that came to us had to go through the state and or the county. And every time that happened, we received less monies. And for the first time, because of the work and the advocacy of the National League of Cities, those monies were received directly to us. And we received 100% of that money, not 60 or 50%, because the state had to take theirs and the county had to take their percent of it. We received dollar for dollar. And so we are working very hard to ensure that that becomes a standard. But of course, that it is not easy. So those additional dollars that I receive, it is for me to attend the board meetings, to go to Washington for special lobbying of our Congress and of the President, for direct fundings to us, for more funding to us, for technical assistance to us, for helping them to understand the decisions that they are making and how they impact small communities like ours. Because they hadn't heard from small cities, right? So now we have a voice. So I, Hattie Portis Jones, as council member of the city of Fairburn, a population of less than 20,000 people, have told Congress, the federal government, about who we are, what we need, and the impact that the decisions have on community like ours. So I'm representing communities all across the country like us, giving a voice to small communities. And that takes an investment. So your investment in me to participate in those allows me to identify resources, to advocate for those resources to come to us. I've worked very hard to try and get us grant writing expertise in this city, because there are so many grant opportunities that were out there that we were not able to take advantage of because we didn't have the capacity. Well, now we do have that resource, but quite frankly, it's not enough because we need a full-time person, really, for us to take advantage of that.
The clock didn't go off.
For every, and this is my last comment, and for every cent that we bring in from the federal government on grant dollars, that allows us to do things that we have not been able to do because we were using property tax dollars.
Ms. Jones, let me ask you that.
Yeah, there was no clock ticking,
Yeah.
so
Yes,
I
it
didn't have the
was.
time.
It was.
I yield.
Yes, you
Mr.
used all of
Whitmore,
your
you had a
time.
question?
Yeah.
Yes, just for clarity's sake, we have two things before us when we're talking about this Fairburn travel policy. The first was the amount of training, and I thought it was going from 12 to 15, and then from
17. From 17.
what are you saying, ma'am?
So each budget went up by 3,000. So those council members that had 12 went to 15, and then council member that had 19 went to 22.
Right, okay. So, and again, I understand the advocacy that goes on with NLC, and I understand that you represent us well. I have seen you in action up there, and I appreciate that, everything that you're doing. And I agree that you should take more, because what I do, remember I said before, data shows me what should and should not be. And when I looked at the travel expenses for each and every council person, excuse me, sir, I'm talking, you're kind of taking away.
I'm sorry, I was trying to get an understanding of.
So, as I was saying, in looking at the budget for the travel going back to 2017 up to present, and even at the 12,000 mark, there was only one person that came close to that, and that was Councilwoman Davis, all right?
Excuse me. Can you explain? You mentioned my name.
You gotta listen. It's already
Okay.
explained, you have to listen.
Finishing it up, I'll yield to you.
So again, in looking at it, by us going from 12 to 15,000, we're still gonna be within. The second part of that travel policy was to remove that restriction of 50 miles travel so that we can continue with our training at GMA, in January of every year, where we get together with our colleagues, we go through various trainings during that whole weekend process, and even if you look at those type of trainings, we still will not exceed $15,000. So I just want to make sure that we're clear when you look at the data is there. I hear what my colleague is saying, but again, when you are able to sit on a board on a national level that my colleague is sitting on, you know, yes, she does a lot more traveling, and from what I understand, you haven't been going to everything because you didn't go to Puerto Rico.
No, I did not.
Okay, so, but anyway, I think, I personally feel that going from 12 to 15 is going to serve us well, and I think that will open up the door for her to continue to do other advocacy for us in the US of A. Okay, but I wanted to be clear that if there's two things that we're talking about removing that 50-mile restriction that has been placed, as well as going from 12 to 15,000 for council, and from 19,000 to 22,000 for anyone that sits on a national board.
Point of clarity.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, the issue before you now is the elimination of the 50-mile radius.
Speaking, Mike.
The budget dealt with the monetary increase. You're only dealing with the elimination of the 50-mile radius limitation.
Is my understanding, I thought we was talking about both.
Well, he directed me to talk about it.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, here's my question would be, because it thought we want to address both, so here's my question would be, if he makes a motion to address the 50 mile, are we not able to address the quantity as well simultaneously?
The quantity has been addressed in the approval of the budget. That's done.
As a result of,
been done.
so in this case,
This is 50-mile radius.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
no longer in imposition on you. That's what you're going
Yeah.
to vote on now.
so what
Exactly.
we're voting on now is whether to approve a 50-mile radius, to keep it or to remove it.
To remove it, to eliminate.
eliminate.
the 50-mile radius.
For elected
This is
officials.
your travel.
I'm sorry, Tony, did you have, sir, I'm sorry, did you have something?
So the proposed change, if I may, Mayor, just read what exists and then the proposed change. Currently, what exists says, under section 3.1 of the policy, travelers on city business are allowed lodging expenses when their destination is located more than 50 miles from their workstation and they are away for more than 12 hours. Lodging within a 50-mile radius from your workstation is prohibited. That's the current policy. The suggested amendment would be provided, however, that the distance restriction does not apply to the mayor or members of city council traveling on city business.
And let me just say, my apologies, I just heard the other part, and I knew about the 50-mile radius one, but again, now I understand that part, the other part was already addressed with the budget, so.
Can I speak about something, Mr. Moore, that's a little concern for me? Because as relates to the removal of the 50 miles, I'm sorry, yeah, clock me. My concern about the removal of this 50 miles in this case is, was about female council members or anyone or even staff going downtown Atlanta at night. My concern is I actually thought it needed to be for the whole city, for in particular any of our staff, because, excuse the way to sound, there's still ladies, our city clerk, our deputy city clerk, and our deputy city manager goes to training, and I'm concerned if we remove the removal of the 50 miles was so bad, it would actually, in this case, provide lodging and not walking out at night. That was the only reason I was going to support the removal of it, because I'm concerned about making sure Ms. Davis talked about the danger at night. And to me, the danger exists among all our female staff as well, so.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
The substitute motion to the language that was read by City Administrator Phillips to include all employees, mayor, council, and all employees of the city of Fairburn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and second by Mr. I'm sorry, okay, it was second by Mr. Smallwood. All in favor, say aye.
Question, hold on, y'all just, hold on.
Okay, go ahead, you had a comment, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we understand that we have to have some restrictions. I agree that the travel policy should be amended, but we need to put a mileage to it. So if it's the travel policy, Mayor, is at, if we travel 50 miles or more, or 12 hours, then we can use lodging, correct?
Is that
No, the proposal has been, it has been proposed, second, and voted upon.
Hold on.
And voted upon.
No, we didn't take a vote, we didn't take a
Yes,
vote.
we did. Yes, we did.
Order. I didn't finish talking.
Go ahead,
Public see it.
let's hear it, because go ahead, I apologize. Go ahead, Ms. Hudson, go ahead.
I'm seeking to be sensible in our decision-making as elected officials. I do support the amendment, Mayor, but I think that we should not just remove a mileage. We need to have something there. So if Atlanta is what, 35 miles from the city? About 35 miles, okay.
Yes, ma'am. It depends on, I guess, where you're traveling from.
Where you traveling from, right?
Approximately.
Approximately, but our home office is City Hall, right?
Understood. So from
City
City of
Hall.
Fairburn, that's,
Right. So let's put at least 25 miles there. Huh? I'm sorry.
Well,
Staff?
that,
Well, I'm just, what I'm saying is that I realized that when we did our retreat, that this came up during the retreat because hotel rooms could not be established for Peachtree City. In my mind, we all live in Fairburn. I didn't understand why we would want to spend a night in a hotel and we live in, and that was way less miles to drive. And so that's all I'm putting on the record. In all fairness, we need to at least prescribe some miles there. However y'all want to work that, but that makes us accountable because we are setting the standard. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Phillips.
no problem. So in this case, the motion has been made and properly,
And they voted on
it is passed, correct?
Anyway.
Let's,
Clerk didn't follow it, make the motion.
okay, go ahead. So make the motion again, Ms. Jones, and then we'll, go ahead.
Jones made
I'm,
the
yeah. Can you read it?
Had all the discussion.
Can you read it and just include employees, please?
So for clarity, Councilwoman Jones, you want me to read the last?
Yes, the
revision?
proposed, yes.
So the last revision was to remove the 50-mile requirement for mayor, city council members, and staff. With that removal, it would then read that travelers on city business are allowed lodging expenses when they are away for more than 12 hours, and that would apply to mayor, members of city council, and staff.
Okay.
Yes, that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by second by Mr. Smallwood. Comments by council.
I just want to make one comment. Councilwoman Hudson, you are incorrect in stating that the reason this came up was because of the retreat that was being held at Peachtree City. Those were two different issues, and so I just wanted to state it for the record that that is not why Mayor Pro Tem Whitmore brought up the issue. And I concurred with the discussion and concurred with the need for us to revise that policy. As this past November, the National League of Cities was held here in the city of Atlanta. And because of the 50-mile rule, I commuted every day to the meeting. Now, serving on the board with all of the various obligations that I had, that was a grueling and, quite frankly, very dangerous for me. One, leaving late night, and two, being extremely tired because of the extensive work that I had to do every day while that conference was going on. And so I just think it is a reasonable benefit that we can offer, because part of why we participate in these, all of these various conferences, not only to learn formally in the classroom and conference sessions, but also to learn from other colleagues in the Metro Atlanta area, in the state of Georgia, and in the case of National League of Cities, nationally. And so, as we all know, you learn a lot, not always in the classroom setting, but in a social networking session. That takes time, and it sometimes can go very long. And I think we're putting all of ourselves in danger when we don't allow us to just stay in the hotel there because of the extensive work that we've done every day. So I agree that it should be mayor, council, and staff of the city of Fairburn.
Any more comments?
Point of clarity.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
You gave a reference point of November 2023 to say that I'm incorrect. My reference point began with the discussion on the retreat and when the city clerk sent out the policy as it relates to the booking of rooms in Peachtree City. So I get to go to my point of reference because that's the information that I have.
I think that's what I said.
No,
She has the floor. She has the floor right now, Ms. Jones.
Right.
Go ahead.
And so the point of being right or wrong, it don't matter. I saw the communication in the email that there was concerns about hotel stays in Peachtree City, and our clerk advised us of the policy that council had approved. So this is not about a right or wrong. I support amending the travel policy. I just want to make sure that we are setting the standard and making sure that the limitations are reasonable and that our staff are going to be safe and all of that. And so that's what my point of reference. I wasn't here in November of 2023, but I was here beginning January 8th, and that was my point of reference about hotel rooms. I yield.
Okay, and so with that being said, All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
Okay, next item is the approval of the Fulton County Arts Council contract for services agreement between Fulton County and the city of Fairburn. Sorry about that. It's a request for mayor and council approval to execute the contract for services agreement between Fulton County and the city of Fairburn.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and citizens.
Good evening.
Good evening. The grant that is before you is between the City of Fairburn and Fulton County Arts Council. We applied for this grant in January of 18, and we were awarded the grant in July 10th, 2024. The grant is in the amount of $22,500. It is a matching grant, and it is to promote cultural arts and music within the City of Fairburn. Staff recommendation is for approval of the contract as included in your packet.
Okay. Members of council, you have before you item number 7. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made. Go ahead, Ms. Davis, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want a question, some clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say, okay, the budget impact is 22.5 and the city's match requirement, can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me
It is
some more
it's a matching grant, so $22,500 is going to be credited towards the monies that we've already expended.
Okay.
And the grant will be provided from Fulton County for the $22,500 match.
Any other questions?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Mr. Whitmore.
I think she just answered it. So we already expended the money,
Yes, sir.
$22,500.
Yes, sir.
So now with the approval of the grant, we'll get $22,500 back from the government.
Yes, sir. And that is because the grant starts January 1st, 2024, and ends December 31st, 2024.
So in essence, what you did is you reduced that to a zero output of the budget.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. No other questions by council? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item is award of construction manager at risk contract with Public Safety Complex. This is a request for mayor and council approval to award the contract for RFQ 24-011 for the Fairburn Public Safety Complex Construction Manager at Risk Services to Reeves Young LLC in the amount not to exceed $988,694.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Subsequent to all of our conversations about the public safety complex, we are now at the point of this project where we are ready to award the construction manager at risk. So after the interview process, the RFQ process, and the interview process, the recommendation is to award that to Reeves Young to be our construction manager, who will partner with our design firm already we're contracting with to successfully deliver the project.
Okay. Members of council, you have an item that's read by the city clerk, the CM at risk contract. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Jones. Is there any question or comment by
Yes,
council?
question.
Go ahead,
How
Ms.
many bids, went out for bid, right? And they won the bid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about this company that we're using?
So 8 bidders successfully bid on the proposal. Reeves Young is a company that's over a decade old, if I remember correctly. They've done work for major municipalities, small municipalities in the southeast and the nation at large for decades. They've done municipal projects in the city of Atlanta for other local municipalities of the same size magnitude. This particular project team has several years of experience doing that. And they came in as after all the interview process, as the successful bidder of the project.
This is their first time here in Fairburn?
As far as I know of, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, I would just like to make a comment. First of all, I want to thank you for providing the detailed information on this company. Their various certificates, the different complexes they have built, safety complexes, public works, Also, you provided all the bidders and how they were rated and how you came to the conclusion of selecting this particular contractor. I appreciate that. And one of the most important things when I was reading and going through the information that you provided to get to your decision was the quote that they made on page 133, which states, unless the owner or client has a change in plans, our team does not expect change orders. Thank you.
If I could.
I mean, all this is complimentary. You don't have to.
If I will always try to tell you all the truth as I've done. I can say as a person that's been in construction industry and we've been in life, I cannot guarantee there'll be no change orders on any construction project because humans doing anything is an imperfect process. But yes, ma'am, we will endeavor from the outset to minimize, to reduce, to mitigate as much as possible.
No, okay, I know, I understand that, but for a contractor
Yes, ma'am.
to state this in their information speaks volumes
Yes,
to
ma'am.
me.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we know that they can be it one way,
Yeah.
and then change orders will come in off the chain, and it'll change. So that tells me about their integrity, and also tells me about the commitment that they have to their word. So,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Whitmore?
Just one question. Is there any incentive for them to complete ahead of schedule?
We have not built in any financial incentives to complete ahead of schedule, but we usually in contracts put in, if you want to call it incentives or consequences for not finishing on schedule. Where with this particular methodology of project, it leans towards more collaboration in the integrated delivery system. So this is really meant to be a partnership. So to Councilman's point, that we're looking for partners in this venture to give us a great product.
Yeah.
You answered me the way I expected you to.
Okay.
And, I'm sorry, Mr. Will, you finished? Okay. The question I have for you in this case, having been familiar with the various design bill, bid bill, and the whole 9 yards, in all transparency, this is probably one of my least liked procurement procedures, but would you just explain publicly exactly why we're using CMAT risk?
Sure.
And what it is, because most people watching probably don't understand. I mean, when I saw it, I was like, wow, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and let you finish.
Sure, I'll try to be brief but be thorough.
Please.
So CM at risk, or construction manager at risk, is one method to execute or deliver a construction project. The three main types are the traditional design, bid, build, which is what we did on Fire Station 23.
Right.
The company designs it, they complete the whole design, we bid that out, a construction manager provides a proposal, they construct it, and they build it. Then you have a design build, as the mayor mentioned, where you'll have a joint venture or maybe two companies come together, a constructor and an architectural firm, and literally design and build as they go. So there's a faster approach to getting to construction phase. But all of the construction documents aren't as finished because they're one team from the beginning working together through the design. This project process is a little bit of kind of a composite of both, whereas we have a designer on board, but then you engage the construction manager earlier on in the design process, in the schematic or the concept phase, bring them onto the team to allow them to, one, see the design, add input, get better construction estimates, and then also be able to move into construction phase faster. The reason why we call it at risk for the construction manager is because they're taking more risk in this method because they're going to look at the design and then either you try to meet our budget, but give a guaranteed maximum price for construction before going into construction, which is them holding that risk, that liability, more so than the traditional method where they'll get a set of documents, and then any errors, omissions, or issues, to your point, council member, is a change order. So now it's not, because you've been involved from earlier on, and we're going to put together a sound project to construct.
Right. Any other members of the council have questions about this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
Next item is the contract award for landscaping at the Temp Fire Service Station on Bohannon Road. Maybe I need to put some glasses on. Request mayor and council approval to award a contract to All South Landscapes for landscaping service at the Temp Fire Station on Bohannon Road in an amount not to exceed $62,788.40.
Very well stated. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I come before you this evening representing the General Services Department. We are seeking approval to enter into a contract with All South Lawnscapes to install landscaping at the temporary fire station located at 8563 Bohannon Road. The invitation to bid, the ITB 24014, was released on July 17, 2024. Proposals were due on August 15th of 2024, in which the city received 7 proposals. Upon evaluation, All South Lawnscapes was deemed the most responsive bidder at a cost not to exceed $88,40. If approved, the service will be funded through the Tree Bank Fund. Any questions?
Members of council, you've had the item to read for the city clerk. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second,
Any questions or comments by council?
just a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
I really want to say to you that you keep our city looking pristine.
Thank you.
You know, because you, in your work, is a dominance of men. But to have this powerhouse sister running this area in our city, I'm very proud.
Thank you.
When I drive through this city, I can feel the love that you put in. And even at the Friday night concerts, the strategy that you use to work smarter and not harder. I want you to know that I've watched you for years, even in the former administration. You came into this city and you put your finger, your green thumb. Now, y'all, she will be in stilettos one day, but it's nothing for her to get down and get out and get a weed whacker and be going on up and down here. So you go ahead on and keep doing it, as they said, do the doggone thing.
Well,
I
thank you.
appreciate you, and thank you, and to your staff for everything that you do to make this city look the way it does.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Ms. Davis? And then Mr. Whitmore. Go ahead.
I think this question will go to Mr. Dana. Are we still going to be in the time frame of, what was that time frame you committed, council, for our temporary? Are we still going to be in that time frame?
I didn't commit to.
Yes, you
Yeah, I did.
did.
Yes, I'm joking. We
I have it on my calendar now.
Yes, ma'am. No, I know it's a question that's coming up. We are with this, me and Ms. Higgs have been talking about it. Should be next month. So, yeah.
We'll be done with the landscaping first of next month.
So, in just update on Temp Station, we have, as far as infrastructure-wise, we are nearly complete with infrastructure. We have a small, minor few plumbing things to tie up, but all of the main water line that Mayor and Council approved has been installed. The vaults, the septic system is all in the ground as we speak. I talked to the plumber today. They're doing some tie-ins this week. Then that will be done. We have internet there, so that is taken care of. The wiring has been taken care of as of last week. So once the landscaping is done, we should be in good shape to give it to Chief.
Okay, we're going to stick with what no extensions.
Unless something
Weather has been great.
Yeah, everything in the ground has been in the ground, so the weather is not an issue now. Those items are in the ground. We're doing things on the inside to do final touches up in tie-ins.
Okay.
There's nothing else to keep them operationally once we get past this week.
Okay, I think the fire chief, did you want to say something? I know this is your baby.
Good evening.
Good evening.
very excited about this moment.
I know
I
you
know
are.
it.
The guys are waiting, they're ready.
Yeah.
The truck is ready, we're ready to go. As soon as they give me the green light, we're gonna move in.
Okay.
All right.
All right, good deal. Thank you. Thanks, Dana. Appreciate you.
Mr. Whitmore.
Now, don't go nowhere. Come on back up here, Chief. All three of y'all.
That's right. All three of you.
So, to Mr. Dana, I know we have talked about various dates, and we had some delays, and the promise was September, right? And it looks like we're going to hit that. So I'm very much appreciative of that, because even before this other fire station is built on Milam Road, we still need that protection on that side of town. And I guess what I'm hearing here is this is just going to be the landscape part of it. So we don't even have to wait for a completion of landscape to start moving in. If we have everything else completed, creature features, if you will, inside. So am I correct in stating that there, Mr. City Administrator or Miss City Administrator?
So to just elaborate, to be operational, we're finishing up this week to get them operational where Chief can function out of it without the beautifications that we're going to do. So after that point, to your point, we said by September, by the end of September, yes, it'll be functional for Chief. Now, the beautifications may not be done, but it'll be functional for Chief.
Okay, so
Mayor Pro Tem, so many words. Once Ms. Higgs is done with the contractor, we can schedule, I would think, a ribbon cutting for that facility in October.
Whoa.
outstanding, outstanding. And as well as I know you, ma'am, this is going to be done a lot quicker, professionally, looking good for our firefighters when they drive into that complex over there.
It is definitely going to be beautiful. Once the contract is signed, the contractor stated that they can start within a week. The process will be finished, weather provided. That it will be finished within 7 to 12 days.
Awesome.
To meet that time frame that Ms. Chris just stated in October.
Thank you. Now, Chief, you know that I've been kind of pushing through the back door, asking a lot of questions and trying to get things going. We've had some snafus, but staff was able to identify, adjust, and do everything that was needed to be done so that we can get this plumbing situation in, so you can get some water in there, electricity, the whole 9 yards, okay? Next step, and I'm looking forward to a ribbon cutting, because it is mighty, mighty important to get that particular facility up and running, to also reduce the insurance for those residents that are on that side of town as well. So this is going to be a big help. I think the ones that are listening and has been following this, they understand that their insurance is going to go down just because of this initiative. And let's be clear, that whole project over there started with your brainchild for FD and PD. So all that over there, and I know that you had the company that's over there now that came out and leveled everything out. Did we spend any money at all on that?
I cooked a few ribs, but we had it going.
Okay, so you spent some money with the ribs, but my point is, nothing came out of the budget for that because of your brainchild, your persistence, and your push to make sure that it was done. So I want to publicly say to you, thank you for all of our citizens that are residing on that side, because part of them are going to see immediate reduction, and then once Milam Road is completed, they're going to get an additional reduction in their insurance. And it's all because of your dream that's coming to fruition. Yes. So I just want to publicly say, thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief.
All right. Any more questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
That's the last item. Thank you, Ms. Higgs.
So in this case, we'll go, you got any reports? Is that, okay, so in this case.
It's only on the second.
Okay, so I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, as you heard today, this evening, that there are some hot issues that we have here in the city of Fairburn, and we have to talk about them. We have to deliberate on them, and we have to find common ground. And tonight, we found common ground with that millage rate. There's not going to be an increase this year. I think we all heard you loud and clear. I know a lot of us that sit up on this dais has been receiving phone calls and inquiries. And we know we have a lot of people with fixed incomes, all right? Even those that are not seniors have fixed incomes. So again, the push was to find another way of doing this, and we had the room to do it because of what we had in our, having that 35%, 35%.
Unbalanced.
I'm sorry, I'm losing.
Unbalanced.
Unbalanced, yes, thank you. That 35%. So that gave us a lot of wiggle room. And you know, as time moves forward, we'll be able to adjust. But I think now we're going to have opportunity to look at real live data and make a informed decision once all of this is in place and we see what happens come November during the election. That's the key. So we're not putting the cart before the horse is in front of the cart. And that was my objective, and we achieved that. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Heath?
No comment.
Ms. Hudson?
I know you was coming to me. Good evening, everybody, and to the citizens of Fairburn. I want to say that we did do well with not raising the millage rate, but that doesn't mean that increase aren't coming. I always believe that we need to be sensitive to the need of the people and that we need to govern in the interest of taxpayers. I want to encourage our citizens to begin to educate yourself on the form of government that you have, how to access government, and how you can participate in government. I strongly believe that people participation is what gives us the progress that we need. I want to invite you to join me with Civic in the City, which is a dialogue and feedback opportunity for citizens to join on a Zoom call or watch live to begin to ask questions and having these key discussions about government access. What I am disappointed in tonight is that there's always seemed to be a rejection of what is new and an embracing of the status quo. I want to help define this for people in a more comprehensive manner. I do not support the status quo. There's no transparency in this government, and I'm renewing my request for every document that I asked for. Thank you, Fairburn, and good night.
Thank you. The next person in this case would actually be Mr. Smallwood.
No comment.
Okay. Ms. Porter-Jones?
Yes, so I want to say that I'm elated as well that we came to a compromise agreement regarding the budget and the need for the millage rate increase. That we found an alternative way to obtain the dollars that we need for the increased budget without increasing the millage rate. But I want to remind us that those dollars that were in the reserve fund, they were there because this body took the responsibility and established a policy to ensure that we had dollars in our reserve fund. Numerous years ago, we were dinged by the auditors because we failed to have an adequate reserve fund. So that's why we established the policy. We are using the funds for this budget, but we can't make this a habit because that will put us back where we were before. So we've got to find alternative strategies. We've got to be creative and think outside the box in terms of how we generate revenue in this city. And I think we have begun that process. If you recall, when Mr. Phillips presented the budget, he talked about the alternative revenue sources that have been put in place. So I just want to remind us that we can't make this a habit of using reserve
Point of order.
funds.
Come on, Ms. Jones.
I'm done.
Okay. All right, your next person would be Ms. Davis. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. First and foremost, I want the families of Dr. Parks to know that you all are in my prayers, and to send my condolences to you. Dr. Parks was a special, special person. I don't know how he did all the things that he did by himself, because when he became ill, I think we had to replace him with about 5 other people. I'm exaggerating, but about 3 anyway. So my heart is heavy for his family and for him, because he did Fairburn well. Whatever he did it well, and a smile on his face. Also, my prayers are going out to the Glaze family for Lydia Glaze to have a speedy recovery. I heard about her being transported to the hospital the other day, so my concerns are with her family as well. But in reference to, get back to the millage rate increase, and any property taxes is something that I do not like to take place. Even though we know that we have a city that we have to run, we have expectations, we have service delivery excellence, we have outstanding employees, and we know there are times that to continue what we're doing and the new things, the contracts, the new things that's coming on board, it may require extra. And Mr. Phillips knows where I stand. And we have had, oh my gosh. Anyway.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
That's it.
Okay, I just want to say, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that again, let's not lose sight how we got here with the proposed millage rate increase was because of House Bill 581. Again, we've had fiscal responsibility that's been seen through audits and the whole 9 yards. Fiscal responsibility, we exemplified fiscal responsibility, as one council member already said, as a result of us having a 35% fund balance. We were able to balance our money and save money to even consider that as an option for a policy. Just want to say again, thank the staff for all that was put into the proposed rate, but again, hard decisions. We didn't get elected to make easy decisions. They're hard decisions, and that's why we're here. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Parks' funeral, again, I mentioned earlier, will be on September the 21st at Open Word Christian Ministry at 11 o'clock. We will post that on the website a little later. I want to remind you, too, that the Fairburn Fall Festival is October the 5th, and so we're excited right now with a lot of our guests that are coming to see what the city of Fairburn is actually doing. So with that being said, I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session for a personnel item.
So move.
Second.
Personnel and real estate, I'm sorry.
Personnel and real estate, I'm sorry.
You got public works director there, I'm sorry.
Now, you said, no, I'm just kidding.
Remind about the balloon tomorrow.
Oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. Let me mention too, there's an item on the camera, you'll see an item in honor of Dr. Parks on September the 11th, 6 p.m. You'll see it at 6 p.m. It's right there on the screen, and it'll be on our website. Please take time, and we would love to see you there. Is there, entertain a motion?
Moved.
Motion is made by Mr. Smallwood.
Second.
Motion to go into executive session. Yes, and second by Ms. Jones. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Have a good night.
Good night.
And now, back regularly, the city clerk, would you read the motions?
Okay, hold on a second.
Document, rather.
First motion is to approve the maintenance agreement for a special decorative fence with G dot.
Is there? Okay, that's the motion. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Second by Ms. Davis. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Next item.
Okay, the second motion is acquisition for parcel number 5 at Duncan Park. Pay for 2 mailboxes for a total of $28,800. $22,800.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion carries. Is there another item? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.